Hello, everyone, and welcome to this EdTechTeam UK Virtual Summit. My name's Andy Caffrey, and I'm going to be guiding you through the next 4 hours of content here as we cover a range of topics from our team who are based here in the UK. So we're going to replicate what we do at our normal summit. So if anyone's ever been to an EdTechTeam summit, hello and welcome. And we're going to go through a series of sessions looking at a range of topics. And given the current climate, we're going to focus in a bit on distance learning during this summit today. So just talking about what's coming up today, in this next hour, we're going to focus on, I'm going to open up with what's new with Google for Education, and then we're going to look at online revision with Quizlet. So Darren's joining us to present that session. And then Paul's going to take us through Soundtrap and the use of Soundtrap for podcasting in the last part of this hour. Coming up in hour 2, Jess is going to talk about connections and social and emotional learning. Kev's going to talk about Screencastify. And then Katie, one of my favorite topics as a former geography teacher, is going to take us through some of the Geotools and get into grips with Google Earth and Google My Maps and the new creation tools in Google Earth. Then in our third hour, as we go into our third hour, Laura's going to take us through keeping connections through Google Classroom. Mia is going to talk about flipping your classroom with Google Forms. And then Georgina is going to talk about using Adobe, and in particular Adobe Spark. And into the final hour, a bit of an EduFuturist takeover for the first 40 minutes. Stephen Hope's going to join us to talk through EdPuzzle. And Ben's going to talk about Canva, which is a new partner of Google for Education with integration to Google Classroom. And finally, to finish us off, Patrick's going to take us through extending the use of Google Classroom with TextHelp. If you're not able to stay around for the whole afternoon, that's fine. We're going to be recording this and putting it to YouTube, and we'll be sharing the links out with everyone who's registered tomorrow. So you can jump back in and jump and watch particular sessions as we go. So if you want to come back, or if you're not able to stay for the whole afternoon, feel free to just use the link you've come through now and come back and watch the sections tomorrow or a future point. So let's get up and running, and I'm going to take us through a presentation and talk about what's new in Google for Education. So we planned this summit quite a while ago, but obviously there've been a lot of changes recently, so I really want to highlight some of the recent changes that are going on. So the first one, and there's been a big piece around this, is that Hangouts Meet premium features are now live and available for everyone. So by Hangouts Meet premium features, what do we mean? Well, you can have larger meetings up to 250 people in each call. And I don't suppose that's going to have a huge effect unless you start streaming big group meetings or assemblies. But the next two are particularly relevant given the climate we're currently in. So the first one is the ability to live stream. So rather than having everybody watching the meet with everyone able to take part, one of the premium features is being able to live stream in Google Meet. And then the second feature that comes from premium features is being able to record. So when you're in Google Meet, being able to record your screen and save that and then share that with your class. So those two features are going to be key as we move towards more people doing distance learning. Just a bit of background on that. If you're saying, well, at the moment, I don't see these features in my Google setup, admin has to set those up. So here in the admin console, there's a couple of areas. This is a screenshot from the admin console. It's you can turn on recording. So if it's currently not turned on, you need to be switched on there. Little slidey switch for that one. And also the ability to stream needs to be turned on separately. So you can see that too in the first red box on the screen there. And then the other one is down the bottom there, video calling. So you can organize this by different organizational units, by different groups for your school. So some schools might want this where teachers and staff can all instigate and start Google Meet calls, but students maybe can't. It varies from school to school how they want to set that up, but it's perfectly possible to have different settings for different groups of people in your domain. So it'd be perfectly possible to set that so that students couldn't necessarily start calls themselves, but teachers and staff could. So think about how you want that set up. But if you're not currently seeing the ability to record in Meet, and you're not currently seeing the ability to get a stream, it's probably because these are turned off in the admin console. Just talking about what that then looks like, it means that when we go into, this is just from Google Calendar, it means that when we go into Google Calendar and we turn on conferencing, we've got some choices now. So The first choice there is just to get the Hangouts Meet, just to grab the link to the Hangouts Meet. And people who have been familiar with Google have probably been using that for some time, grabbing that Meet link, sharing it in Google Classroom or sharing it with your class in whatever way you're going to use. That's still there. You can still do that. Students joining on a Hangouts Meet can obviously speak. They can interact with the teacher. They can unmute themselves and mute themselves back off again and speak on camera. So that's good when you want that level of interaction. And as someone who doesn't teach anymore, but when I was teaching, Hangouts Meet was really useful with our sixth form, small tutorial groups, and we'd often do in the run into exams, would use Hangouts Meet for that very purpose. So with those sort of students, you would be probably sharing the Meet link with them. But then there's some staff who are nervous around, particularly if you're teaching bigger groups or you want to deliver an assembly to a whole year group. You don't necessarily want everyone on the feed with that ability to talk and go through and speak over you. So with that, you might look at instead sharing the live stream, which is that lower link in Google Calendar. The live stream link allows people just to view, like you guys are doing now, viewing this video on YouTube. It's just a view of what's going on. So if you're concerned about the student interaction in Google Meet, instead go for the live stream link and share that one out. So thinking this through then for different teachers, what to use, there's a level of nervousness. And certainly when I started, first time I went on camera, there's a level of nervousness around that. If you've got a teacher that's very nervous about these changes, about the potential of distance learning, I would say they might want to start by just thinking about the recording. You could just go into Google Meet, or you could use a tool like Screencastify and simply record some content for your students. And then in terms of student interaction, just use the class feed in Google Classroom for that. So at the very, at one end of the scale, we could say for the less confident teachers, maybe just a short recording of here's what I want you to do today. Here's the key points for the lesson, and then some work to go off and do. At that end, that might be suitable for some teachers. And you could record in Google Meet, or you could use a tool like Screencastify. For our teachers stepping up things the next level, maybe you want to just present like I'm presenting now and share the stream link. So as we get building up through confidence, maybe then just sharing out, and again using Google Classroom feed for that interactive, that forward and back interactive piece, rather than necessarily having students in Meet. Or you could use Google Slides. It's got the feature of Q&A in Google Slides. So alternatively, Q&A in Slides could be used to you. And then I suppose at the top end is the fully sharing the Meet link and bringing that in and sharing that with students so that they can interact in the lesson. And so you could use a mixture of all three. And my feeling is the less confident staff initially, particularly faced with distance learning, will probably go for some recorded content. Moving up as you build up confidence through streaming, maybe up towards a full Meet. And you could also vary it. I've seen a lot of discussion on Twitter about students and what we're going to do if a student is in a Meet. If I've got a student in a Meet and they've got their dog and it's barking all the time and all we can hear is a barking dog, what do I do about that? Well, maybe I'll give that student some warnings, but ultimately I would have the option to put some students just on the stream while other students are joining me in the Meet. And remember, in Google Classroom, you have the ability to differentiate. So you can have different posts going to different students. So it might be if I get a student who causes me issues on a Meet because they can't they can't have, the ability to unmute is causing them problems, or they can't keep still. Then maybe what I'll do is I'll share the stream link with them while I've got other students on the Meet link. So that variation could take place as well if you're using those tools. So we're probably going to see a lot of stuff coming out around Google Meet in the next few days. But the addition of those premium features changes the way we're going to use that within Google Classroom. So that's our first big piece change within Google. Next thing I want to talk about, and originally for people who signed up for this event a while ago, you'll have seen that I was originally down just to talk about transformation reports. So transformation reports is a new feature coming to Google for Education. And this is a way of finding out what the use is like on your G Suite platform. So this is telling you about the use, the number of users you've got, what particular tools they're using, how they're using it. And it allows you a couple of things. Firstly, it allows you to see growth over time. So you can see how much the platform is being used, what areas are popular, how that's growing. And it also allows you to compare progress to see if you can drive certain areas. So you've got the choice across the two there to do that. Now, transformation reports are obviously pulling data from your platform. So transformation reports are running Windows. So far, there's only been one window, and the US were the only people on that window. So the United States have had access to transformation reports and have gone through one transformation report window, and now that's rolling out. So obviously, we've got a lot of people from the UK on the feed. In the next window, we're starting to see the UK on the feed. So the next window for transformation reports is April the 20th to May the 8th. Now, before I used to put a big disclaimer in here, shouldn't I, which is we're presuming that everything carries on as normal here and that we go into a transformation report window. But obviously, we are looking at a time of uncertainty. So there could be some changes here. So, but let's presume that everything's going to carry on as normal. So sometime between April the 20th and May the 8th, someone who has super admin account needs to go to g.co/edu transformation report and sign in, and then effectively start the process to run the transformation report. When they go through that window, they will get a survey, which they can also send out to teachers and senior leaders to find out a bit more about the use of Google and G Suite. So there's two parts to this. There's some data tracking that comes from the platform that's done in that window, and then there's the survey that goes out to senior leaders and staff and whoever you want to share that with to data collect as well. So you go through that process. Now, it's only super admins who can sign up for the transformation report. So it's only super admins who can go through those first steps. Obviously, once they've got the link to the survey, they can share that with other staff in the organisation. So people filling the survey, that could be a range of teachers. And then finally, step three. In step three, you get the report back. So that's available at g.co transformation report. So the super admin who signed up gets an email, and you're able to go in and get the transformation report. In the longer term, these are going to be useful for schools to look at usage, to look at where's driving the use, to look at the ways in which certain tools are being used. So it measures against the 4 Cs. The reports go into a lot more detail than we can currently get out of just running reports in the admin console. So it's a really useful tool for schools to use to see what their use is like. And then potentially think about training, because if what you see, for example, is predominantly spiking use around Google Docs, so if what you're seeing is Google Docs there, then maybe you want to think about some training in some other areas. So that's that area there. So that's transformation reports. And then the other thing which came around the time of BET is originality reports. So originality reports is a way of checking whether the work the students are doing is original. And in reality, it's not just about catching them out. It's not just about saying, hey, guess what? You handed in some work. It was pasted from Wikipedia, and I could tell because of originality reports. This is really a training piece with students, and it's really about talking to students about how original their work is and getting them to understand that maybe just highlighting Wikipedia and pasting it across is not the most sensible thing to do. So with originality reports within Google Classroom, when you assign a piece of work, you can choose whether you turn on originality reports. If you turn that on, then the first thing that you need to do is tell your class about this, because students can run the originality report first. So if they've got any sense, they're going to look, they're going to run the report, they're going to find out that maybe they have pasted 90% of their work from Wikipedia, and they ought to do something about that. They ought to source it properly, go through and make significant changes if it's 90%, so that those changes are there. So that's the first piece. Tell your students it's coming. Get the students used to checking their work with originality reports before they hand it in. Because when they hand it in, it runs the report again, and it's going to flag to you how much they've copied. So in terms of originality reports, it just brings what we could do with Google Search into Classroom, checks the internet, finds out if they've copied off other websites. And so that's available for all users since that went live, and that's available for all users in Google Classroom. But there's a limit to the number of times you can run that on a standard account, but Enterprise for Education have increased use. So think about which classes you might want to use that with and what particular assignments you might want to pick that up with. So originality reports, they came new into the platform around Christmas time. Now, there is also a beta available, and you can sign up for a beta now that allows you to check work against other students' work. So the current version checks against the internet. But if you want to check against other students, so maybe you've got a folder of previous students, or maybe it's a brother and a sister and you're suspicious that maybe they're handing the work from one to the other, you could go in, put that work into a folder. That's a beta, and you can sign up for Originality Reports beta in the beta area on Google. And I'll put some links in the chat in a little bit to those areas, along with a link to my slides coming in the chat in a little bit once I've finished presenting. Rubrics have been around for a while, the ability to have a scaled mark scheme within Google Classroom, but those are now fully launched. So they were in beta, but they're now fully available for everyone to use. And what we can do, of course, is auto-calculate grades from the rubrics. So rubrics are really useful if your school is using level descriptors. So maybe you've got a level descriptor for beginning, intermediate, and mastery. Some schools use that now. Or maybe you're using 1 to 9 grades for GCSE or ABC at A level, whatever grades you find appropriate. You can put level descriptors now within that area and identify to students for their work different pieces. I'm going to pick up questions. I see some questions coming in the chat. I'm going to pick up the questions in a minute, so I'll do all those at the end. But thank you. If you've got any questions, feel free to keep dropping them in the chat. So in terms of rubrics, you can now reuse and share rubrics, which is great. And that fits in. Now, I taught a lot of project work when I was teaching, mostly OCR Nationals and BTECs, and they were all full of rubrics. So the idea that we can grade on those now and have students access what they're trying to achieve in that way is better than just, if you remember back, what we had in the day was a numerical score in Google Classroom. So rubrics allow a much deeper marking and a much deeper understanding from students of how they're going to achieve a certain level in the work. So that's what rubrics really is about in Google Classroom. Final one, probably from me in terms of new features. And it's just because I'm such a data geek, my role in school was data and technology, is the fact that we can now filter by color. So this is rolling out right now. So I love my conditional formatting on sheets. But obviously when you've got colored cells, you previously couldn't do much with them. But rolling out right now, so over the next 2 weeks, if you haven't got it yet, is the ability to be able to filter on Google Sheets by color. So you can filter if you've got conditional formatting on there or students color red, green, blue, whatever formatting you'll use to organize your students. So filtering by color is another sort of key feature as we move forward in terms of features coming from Google. I know it's only a minor one, but really useful to me. I'm going to jump back up now and answer a few questions. So I'm going to change it onto my screen. Just on me. And take a few questions from the feed. Abid asked me earlier, I think he was first one in, morning Abid or afternoon Abid. He asked me, are we using StreamYard to stream this? And yes, we are. Just to seem the easiest route for getting multiple presenters from people. Jane asked a question about transformation reports. Been done through SuperAdmin. Yeah, I think it is a point at the moment. That is an issue, and I know that Google have taken some feedback on that, and I know Dean's in as well, so he's probably seen that. But I think at some point, whether that'd be nice, it would be nice if we could delegate that to other people to be able to run the reports. But it's something I have been flagging as I've been going into organisations and particularly doing training around admin. I've been flagging that with people. Ren asked a question: is originality report similar to Turnitin? I would say there are differences right now between the two products, but there are certainly some similarities there. Turnitin checks a wider bank of work right now, whereas this is really focused on are they taking things off the internet. And obviously, there's also a limit if you're running the standard Google for Education to the number of times you can run that. But there are, some similarities in that space between those two. And then lots of hellos from everybody else. So I'm just going to say hello to everybody else that said hello in the chat. People in Devon, people joining us from all around the world, actually. So hello to everyone in the chat. So during the session, we're put my slides back up. You can tell I'm still learning how to use this. Right, here we go. So a few things I wanted to mention just before we move on to our next presenter. So at EdTechTeam, we've got a range of courses, both our face-to-face courses, but also online. So we have a range of online courses. EdTechTeam.online/ASA. We've got a range of courses where you can work through for free to help you learn some key tools. And right now, unsurprisingly, we're seeing a lot of popularity around the beginner Google Classroom course. So if you've got teachers who haven't really engaged yet and suddenly are faced with the fact that now they may have to use Google Classroom to communicate with their students. So we have got the online platform and the online courses. And getting started with Google Classroom is a free course that's available on there. So feel free to go and look at that in your own time. It's edtechteam.online/ASA. That's supported by ASA. That is. So that is available. Jumping back to our schedule now. So we jump back to our schedule. We're going to introduce our next speaker. Darren should be joining me, although strangely I've got Paul in right now and not Darren yet. So we'll move to some other questions from the chat. Graham's asked me a question. How is Andy so clever? I'm not sure I am. I'm not sure I am clever, Graham. Graham comes from Leo Multi Academy Trust, and we've been working with Leo, and they're rolling out Chromebooks in year 4 at the moment and moving bigger across the rest of the school. So Graham, in his Twitter feed at Leo Academies, has got some great advice coming out about dealing with younger students, particularly as we start to think towards school closures and what might happen there. So feel free to drop in the chat, Graham, about anything you've got in particular going on. I know there's some great stuff going on at Leo. Still waiting for Darren to join. Maybe Darren's having some issues, but I do have Paul with me. So can I add Paul in? Hi, Paul. How are you? Oh. Paul, if you can unmute yourself, that would be a great start.
Yep, sorry, done.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
I'm absolutely fine, thank you very much. And you?
Good. How is your Sunday?
It's been, well, it's getting brighter. Do you want me to jump in now and hope that Darren?
So. I saw Darren pop on earlier, but he may have some connectivity issues. So we're going to ruin our schedule, aren't we?
We are, yeah. I came early thinking I've never been in a StreamYard either, so I thought I'll come a bit early just to be certain I know what I'm doing.
Paul, thank you for joining us early. So we'll jump over to you now.
Right, okay.
And then what I'll do is we'll let you present now, and then we'll switch over and put Darren in after you.
Brilliant. Excellent. Lovely.
Paul, are you all sorted and happy and ready to roll?
I am, yeah. I'm absolutely all sorted and happy and ready to roll. Good. Okay,
I'm going to hand over to Paul. Paul is the training manager at C Learning. I should introduce you. Paul is a training manager at C Learning and also trains with us over at EdTechTeam. He's a Google certified trainer and certified innovator from the London 19 cohort. And I've got a lot of London 19 people in the chat who are probably about to shout London 19 hours. So hello to London 19 people who probably tuned in just to see you, Paul.
Absolutely. Why else would they not? You know, as if they haven't got enough of me.
So we'll hand over to you, Paul, for your session looking at Soundtrap.
Excellent. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen and take us to that. So it hands to know that people can hear. Can I just check that people can hear the sounds? Are they hearing that, Andy? I'm assuming there's nothing coming back, so I'm assuming you can. Okay, so thanks very much for joining me this morning, earlier than I expected, which is great because actually I've got lots of other things I need to get on with. I've got people downstairs saying, "Oh, you really got to do this now." But I'm delighted to be here and delighted for the chance to show you all Soundtrap. Soundtrap is an online everywhere studio. Brilliant, of course, for your music teachers. And if you are forced to find yourself in a closed situation, they can be sending all sorts of fantastic things through Soundtrap for the students to do. Links really nicely to Microsoft Teams or to Google Classroom, so you can actually send stuff through those apps to your students, which is really great. But I'm going to kind of split it into 2 sections today. I'm going to do a little bit about making music and just show you how quick it is to do that. And then talk about podcasts, and a couple of my colleagues have very kindly sent me some audio files that I built into a little podcast, and then a little bit about the EDU kind of admin side of Soundtrap, and then a tiny little bit about remote podcasts, and there's an option for a free trial at the end should you want to try it. Okay, so with 20 minutes being all that I've got, I have kind of done some shortcuts here, so I apologize for that. I'm going to take reggae as my example. I'm going to try and build a quick example of a piece of reggae. I'm not going to write the full song and words, of course, but I'm just going to do a backing track that sounds kind of in the reggae style. So here's my Soundtrap interface. This is what's called the studio. I can go and start looking at loops, but that just opens up this thing, which is already open here. Drum Maker is a beat maker is a drum machine. Synthesizer, I can invite people to join me because it's web-based. Of course, we can collaborate in real time. I can import files, and I can also add a new track, but I've got a track here ready. So like I say, I've done a couple of things just to shorten the process, and your students will be able to do the same as they find samples they like. Yeah, once you've found one you like, you can click on the heart and you can add it to your favorites. I can then filter out and show just my favorites. So here are my favorites. Okay, and you'll notice that one of them actually is called My Loop. Yeah, this is one that I've made. So it was actually the bass Kingston 2, and I've adjusted it slightly to suit my need. Okay, so first thing then is I need a kick. There we go, that will do. I like that one. I'm going to double click and drop it in there, and it literally just drops it in, plays it me, tells me that it's working. So there we go. Kick is a really common sound that you hear at the beginning of lots of reggae music. Listen to any UB40, almost every single piece has a little drum kick before the rhythm kicks in and gets going. So that's what that is there for. So I've now got my little kick to give a bit of kind of reggae originality. I'm now going to choose my drums, and you can see I've in my favorites I've got my drums already. So another double click, and it drops my drum track in there. I'm just going to stop that just to save it playing, and I'm going to drag it along to where that kick stops just there. So I'm going to stop that and just test that it's actually happening. Okay, good. I'm just going to check that I am online, that people are seeing things. I'm not getting any messages saying there. Okay, good. Right. So we're going to go back to my. Okay, so this line across the top here, I think it's blue. I'm colorblind, so I'm not sure. You'll notice he's got a double arrow on it. That's a loop thing. So what that would do is at the end of bar 8, it would go back to the beginning. For the moment, I don't want that, so I'm going to just click on it to grey it out. And I've got my drum track in place. To make that longer, if I want to make my piece longer, you see if I hover over it, I get a little circular arrow there, which you can just click and drag and make it for as long as I like. So that's really nice and simple. So I've now got my kick, I've got my drums thing, but actually the speed of this is not right. It's more like ska than reggae. So at the very bottom down here, I've got my tempo at 120. I can adjust the tempo here by just going up or down, and you can hear the click, hopefully, that tells me that it's going to do that. It says, do you want to adjust it? Yes, I go adjust, and it's now adjusted to that speed. But actually even better than that, instead of just doing that, I can actually go in and I can click in time to what I think is a sensible reggae speed, and it tells me what the beat is. That's a bit slow. I was aiming for 80, so I'm a bit slow. I'm nervous because it's my first time on whatever it's called, StreamYard. So go to 80. That's good. That's a good sound for reggae. Okay, so now every single track that I bring in will adjust to that tempo, of course.
Hi, Paul. Just a quick one. Just a quick one. We can see your screen really well, but we can't hear any sounds coming out.
Can't hear any sounds coming out. Okay.
I'm not sure if the sound is outputting through the stream that's coming our way.
Maybe it's coming through my ear rather than through.
It might be coming through your ear rather than through ours. So if you want to put different speakers, or just talk us through what the motion is.
Yeah, well, I can't hear anything if I take my earpiece. I've got speakers. I've taken the speakers. I have to go and get them. That's not going to really work. Actually, I don't have speakers in here. No, I don't have speakers in here. All right, that's a shame. That's a real shame. How do I make it sound then?
We're getting you fine, presumably because you're speaking to the mic. So
yeah. I haven't got any.
Whether in settings bottom right you could change that to the other output, I don't know. I'm not sure what device you're on. Or if you just take us through the theory, Paul, that's fine.
Let me just have a little quick look at the audio, where the audio goes to.
Okay.
And default mic speakers.
That's where the sound is coming out.
Yeah, well, it doesn't give me an option to send it anywhere other than.
If you just keep going, Paul, and then we can always keep going after this, can't you? We can listen to later.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's a real shame. Never mind. So this, by the way, this sounds brilliant. It's the best piece of reggae you've ever heard. Just in case people weren't sure.
Take your word for it.
Okay. Okay. So next thing is to add a bit of bass. So there's a bit of bass. Double click again to add it in there. It jumps in there. Okay. And this is the one that I've adjusted. I've got a sound I liked of theirs, and I've gone in. I've double clicked it, and I've gone to the piano roll here, and I've edited these by moving the notes to make them work. Yeah, and your musicians, your GCSE musicians will be easy able to do that. And just in case people want to know, I've changed the D minor to a C major, so it's got that kind of ring to it. I'm going to play it in case the playback allows you to hear it, so you can hear it hopefully on the playback. So you've got a nice little bass line, nice little drum track going. Okay, good. So next thing then, I want to then add another track that gives us some kind of a bit more of that original sound. Yeah, common instrument to be used in reggae backing tracks is brass, because these are instruments that the GIs left when they left the Caribbean to go back to the US in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So I'm going to stick with a trumpet sound, add that in, and I've now got a keyboard attached to my Soundtrap. I just need to double check that it is still attached. It was earlier, but it sometimes forgets. Refresh that and see if I get a sound. Yeah, there we go. It's sound. I can hear it. Honestly, it's there. Okay, so I'm now in that final track. I'm going to turn my click on at the bottom again so I can hear it coming in, and I'm going to set it to record. And here we go. Okay, so I was going to stop that. You should see the notation appears, so I know it's there. This time, instead of the loop to repeat it, I'm grabbing the little bar at the bottom just to adjust the end, just to make it neat and tidy, just to make sure it only fills the gaps that I need to. Okay, so simple terms, just to revisit. I've kind of cheated time because time is short and I'm already halfway through, and found the samples I wanted ahead of time. But you can go in and you can search and filter by all these buttons, and it will find the tracks the kids want. I've adjusted one, customized it to suit my needs. I then recorded a live track over the top of that, so you've got a mixture of samples and recorded live. Okay, in order to get a better mix and a better sound, you can click on individual tracks with this little button here and add automation, so I can adjust the volume of a particular track if I feel it's too loud. You know, I can have it fading in and fading out, so it gives you a great deal of control. If, for example, I wanted an effect over a sound, I can actually go into that and I can add effects here, look, and there's a whole range of effects. These are the kind of things that you see as pedals on a guitar. So that if you've got that guitar sound, then your students can start to add in a whole series of things. And these are the kind of effects they'd be adding if they're using things like Cubase or Logic. They would be adding these same effects. So that if you're used to that kind of environment, you'll all be used to the names of these things, particularly for a keyboard, piano player. So you can add them in and change and adapt the effect accordingly. Okay, so there it is in about 10-ish minutes. Yeah, simple backing track, ready-made. They would then go on the top and add their vocals on the top, which they're recording live. So that's the music side done. If I then go back to I'm not going to bother to say that because I won't ever need to use it again. I'm back into my admin panel and just talk a little bit about the general background admin for Soundtrap EDU. So if you've got a Soundtrap account, you might well have a personal Soundtrap account, and you won't see all of these buttons across here. Key thing is EDU admin is the first one. So if you take the offer of a free trial, which I'm going to give you at the end of this, you'll get a free trial which will give you 50 seats. The 50 seats are transferable. So if you want to do a project with Year 9, you can do that. And once they've finished, they would export their files share it in their drive, so they've got it to here. You can then remove the licenses from that student and give it to another student, so they've then got access to Soundtrap. So you don't necessarily need a license for every single student, because you can move them around. Okay, you can import them direct from Google Classroom. So if your classrooms already exist, you can go into Classroom or into Canvas, either to the G Suite directory or from a CSV file, and you can just import them. You can invite them in individually, but it's just easier if you've already got these systems in place to invite direct through Google Classroom. Okay, and once they're in there, you can actually send them projects, and they can then also return the projects back to you. So if I scroll down through all the projects I've been playing with and go beyond that, you should see my folders appear. Just a minute while it dries. There we go. So you see there's an assignment I set last year in September on 12 Bar Blues, and this is a track sent back from one of my demo accounts to me. There's another one on another date, and so on and so forth. So you can actually send stuff back and you get them back. You can add comments to them, so you can help them improve. You can guide them to improve. So it's a great little tool. In effect, it's a bit like the way assignments work in Google Classroom, and it sends through Classroom and then sends back to Soundtrap for you to mark. So you've got multiple accounts should you need it. You've got the option to manage the assignments. And if you look at this top one here, Untitled Song, I'm hovering over. I say it works through Classroom. I can go there, create assignment, gives me my prompts, tells me what it's going to do, share the assignment, It gives me the option to send through Teams as a link or direct to Classroom. And when I click that Classroom link, stuff will open up. And this, you'll be as familiar as that, the standard kind of API driven, share to Classroom stuff. You choose your classroom and so on and so forth. So I'm presuming you're hoping many of you are familiar with that. And I presume I don't have Microsoft Teams to show you that bit, but I presume that would follow the standard route to get you into Microsoft Teams should you need to. Okay, so that's making music. That's the EDU management of all the area. So then the last thing then is podcasts. So there are two parts to podcasts. In this one, what I've done is if I go straight into the studio to show you what I've done, I invited some of my colleagues to answer a question. The question was, what's the most significant impact on learning from online learning, from online teaching? You'll hear the question in a minute. It wasn't exactly that, but it's near enough. And two of my colleagues sent me a sound file. I then imported it into Soundtrap and literally just added a couple of tracks in the background just to make it a bit more interesting than just people talking, And if you listen to podcasts, you'll know that's a common pattern, that you get that little sound kick. I'll just let you hear a little bit of it first. So we've got the longest one first. I'll play so you can see how I've done what I've done. If I just talk you through what I've done first very quickly, you'll see I've got some music, just a couple of tracks I've chosen. My question, but just before my question starts, the music fades down a little bit. That's not very far down. It then fades up and then down again before Dave kicks in with his answer. I'll just take you through the first 25 seconds so you can see the way that it's all worked together. I know you can't hear this other than me, but it's there, honestly, and it sounds marvelous. Okay, so I've just played it long enough for you to hear this tracks fading down, my question, fading up, fading down, the start of the first response. So you'll hear that hopefully in the playback if you want to go back and listen to it. Okay, so that just allows you to build those podcasts really, really simply and easily. Other tools that are in there, at the very bottom here on the left, there's a transcript tool. Now, it takes a little while for it to build the transcript. So I did this before. We literally go to here, select the files you want to transcribe and click transcribe, and it will transcribe it. And it's converted what was said into text. You can edit it. So I can go into text correction and make corrections if I want to, if it's not quite recognize the word. Interestingly, when I did this, on another example, it didn't recognize the word Soundtrap, which I thought was really interesting, but generally it's actually very good. And I think I made 2 or 3 adjustments here, but there were ums and ahs that confuse it slightly in people's responses. But this is also editable. If I get, it's not letting me do it now. I'm aware of time. I've got 2 minutes. There we go. So you can see that the bit at the bottom, I've just highlighted and copied it and pasted it. If you then look at the audio at the top, you'll see that that audio track is also copied here. So you can do a recording, do a transcript, edit your transcript, and as you edit the transcript, it also edits the audio as well above it, which is a brilliant tool. If you are doing a remote podcast with a scientist or a historian or a someone who's done your set work or whatever it happens to be, that's a really useful tool to be able to do that. So all in all, I think it's a great little tool. So
thank you very much for taking us through.
Have I got 1 minute just to put in a link in the chat for people should they want it?
Yep, sure. If you want to have that link in. We've got some questions in the chat.
Excellent.
Somebody, Jane asked about the pricing model for education. Is it based on student numbers? And you may have answered that actually a little bit now.
Yeah, it's per seat. So the minimum number you can buy is 50 seats, and that's £199. And then as you buy more, the price reduces fractionally. So around about 500, it goes down to about 380. That's an annual subscription, of course.
Great. And are they? And then Dylan noticed your backpack on the back door.
All right.
That you might have staged your room there, Paul, just to show us your innovative backpack. That's been spotted by people in the chat.
I don't know what they're suggesting. And where do I put a link?
If you want to message it over to me, I'll pop it in the chat in just a second if you can't get it in there, Paul.
I think I can see the live comments, but I don't seem to be able to post into them.
Okay, I will pop over there in a moment and pop it in the chat for everybody else.
Well, if I put it in the private chat for you, and it's there in the private chat, so you can.
Thank you. I'll copy it over in just a second.
What that gives you, I know I'm aware I'm right on time now, is it just gives you a bit of information if you want to go for a trial, how you do it, but it also tells you the kit that I'm using, because I have got like a high-end condenser mic, which I use if I'm doing high-quality recording, but most of my stuff I do through my headset, which is more than enough, and about the keyboard that I use, and so on and so forth. So they've got the information about the equipment. It doesn't have to be brilliant. USB mics now are really high quality, so they're more than good enough. Okay, I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of Sunday, and thank you for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome, and hopefully you've got Darren online now, have you?
Yeah, we have Darren ready to roll. So switching things around from our schedule. See you later, Paul. And Paul leaves us there. I'm going to bring Darren in now. Good afternoon, Darren.
Hiya, you're right.
Good, thank you.
Sorry about
that. For missing you. I now know when you get too many people in StreamYard, they drop right down the page.
Okay, that's fine. That's all right. I was like, I'm sure I'm here. Don't know where I was. It's fine.
You were indeed there. So, Darren, you're going to take us through Quizlet this afternoon. I know one of your favourite apps and something you spent a lot of time at the Bet Show telling people about. So, I'm going to hand over to Darren, who's going to talk us through Quizlet.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, so we're going to go through Quizlet. I'm just going to share my screen. Let me just check I can get this going. Yeah, that's brilliant. Let's just check. 1 second. So just need to set that up. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. I'm gonna, there we go. So I'm gonna go through Quizlet. So this is the homepage of Quizlet that I've logged into. There's a range of content already here in Quizlet for you to use, and it's user generated. So it's generally been created by other teachers. You can browse the topic area. So at the top here, I've got an option to search for things, or I can click on browse and it's going to bring up a series of different subjects that I might be teaching. And you can have a look at those. Now, obviously these could be potentially international subjects as well. So it might not necessarily apply directly to UK. But if I kind of click on, let's say English, for instance, we can have a look and see what's already available by other users that are on here. So I can flick through and kind of have a look at a range of these different things that I can have a look on to here. I'm just going to search, for instance, I want to find maybe, let's say, English language features, for instance. So I'm just going to type that into the search at the top, hit enter, and see what comes up on this list. So I've got a range of things, stuff I've already looked at. I can go down to something which has been created by another teacher. So let's have a look at these ones here. So we've got GCSE language, English language features. Sounds brilliant. Let's have a look at this teacher that's created this one. What I'm going to see when I first click on this particular set, I'm going to see, first of all, flashcards. So that's kind of how it works. It's like a revision tool, but it's online flashcards. So you can use that for your students, but there's a few other ways that you can then interact with those different flashcards. So if I flick on here, I've got objectives and can flip that over, and it's going to tell me what objectives are with a picture on top of it. If I scroll down, I can see everything which is inside this particular set. So there's 22 different terms. I can see the actual term and then the definition, and then this one here has got a range of pictures that has been created on here. And let's say I want to actually, I could use this directly with my students, so I could share with them and click on here, it would give me a range of share options, or I can share directly to Google Classroom. But let's say I want to edit it. So I want to actually customize this, and I've got this copy option to customize this particular set. So I'm just going to click on customize. And what this is going to do is now going to save that set in my own area. So I can now edit that and adjust it. I can change the name if I want to on here. I can also say who it's visible to. So at the moment, it's visible to everybody. But if I say, at the moment, I just want it visible to me, or I just want to say it's certain classes, or I can give it to a group of users who have got a password. And then again, I can then share it with editable. So I can say who can edit this. So at the moment, again, I can just edit this, but I could actually give that to a certain class. So maybe I want to build flashcards with my group of students. I can share that with that class, and they'll be able to create their own set of flashcards that they can then all use for revision purposes. If I scroll down here, I've got a few options of how I can get stuff into this particular data set. And let's say you've got that glossary of terms already exists. You know, it's on an Excel or a Google Sheets or a document somewhere. You can actually import that in already. So if I click on this bottom down here, it's going to show me import. And all I do is just copy and paste it. So wherever it is, copy it and paste it in here and tell how these words are actually separated and the terms are separated. And then I can just click import and it will bring all that information in for me. So it will save me loads of time if I've already got that available. Let me just go cancel import on there. If I scroll down onto my list here, I've got, as you can see, the first one here, I've got a term and then I've got a definition. Now, obviously, we can look at that in that way. So we can think it's a term and then a definition that links to it. But you could also think maybe it's a question and an answer. So I'd always put the answer within the term and then the question in the definition. It makes sense later on. So if you've got a range of kind of banker questions you want to use and share with your students, it gives you those options on there as well. You can also change the language as well. So obviously at the moment, we've got it set for English. If you're doing foreign languages, you can set it to that particular language. But also really handy as well is if you're teaching maths, for instance, you can use mathematical symbols. And when I click on this list now, it's then going to bring up a range of mathematical symbols that I wouldn't necessarily easily find on my keyboard that I can then use and bring into my actual definition. Now, I'm just going to change that back to English because it's going to get really confused otherwise, and you're going to be wondering why I'm not Anglo-Saxon. Let's go for English if I type that in properly. Click on there. So that will now bring into English. Let's say I want to add a new term onto here. So let's just go right down to the bottom here. I'm going to click Add Card. So here we go. Let's add card. And this one, it's going to be onomatopoeia. Now, I am rubbish at spelling onomatopoeia, but as I start typing, it's then going to bring up, see, I'm getting it wrong already. As soon as I press O in, it's then bringing up onomatopoeia. Brilliant. It's going to save me loads of time. I haven't got to worry about trying to spell that one. And then it's also going to bring me a list of definitions. Now, actually, I could type in my own definition, but I could just use one of the definitions it's already come up with. So a sound that imitates the sound it represents. Perfect. Saves me trying to find that information and come up with that definition. I can also add an image. So if I click on image here, I can search for an image. And what it's going to do, it's going to find a range of images already linked to onomatopoeia for me. So again, that's going to save me loads of time. So let's just go click on this one here, and that's going to be my image. You don't have to use an image. It's optional if you want to. And you can then make it as customized as you want to be. OK, so I'm happy now with this particular data set. I'm going to click Create on here. And now that's going to save that into my area so I can then use that with my students. So again, I already showed you where the share option is. It's just underneath here. I can click on the share button, or it's going to bring up the option straight away of how I can actually share that data set with my students. So I can click on share on Google Classroom and they can then access those. Now, when a student comes in here, there's a range of different ways that they can actually interact with this content. They can stick with it as a flashcard and just kind of flip through and then think about what that definition might be. But actually, they can then start to learn it. Now, learn is probably the best way to try to do this when you're trying to learn it as a student. It goes through the process twice. So the first process you come through is the familiar stage. And in the familiar stage, it is where it's multiple choice. So you're going to see the definition, and then you're going to be able to select on that particular option. So here we go, a comparison that says something is something else. Okay, so now I might think, okay, which one option is that? Let me just try an option. I'll go for onomatopoeia. I know it's wrong. Okay, it's going to tell me what the right answer was for those. So it was metaphor. I can press any key to carry on. And you'll notice over on the left-hand side, I haven't got any right yet. So it just says 0 for familiar. As soon as I get one right, let me see if I can try and get one right. Let's go for rule of 3. Brilliant. I've got a nice smiley face, and you notice now it's gone up to 1 for familiar. Now, if I go through this process, eventually when I get onto the mastered stage, it's just going to be an empty text box. So as a student, I'm going to have to type in the answer, and then it's going to tell me if I've got the right answer or not. So it's going to help them to kind of scaffold, if you like, their learning. So initially multiple choice, and then going to ask them an empty text box, and they've got to try and type in the right answer. Let's just go back out of Learn for a moment. And let's say spelling is really difficult, obviously, as I could prove by trying to spell onomatopoeia. I'm going to go for my spelling option. Now, you're not going to be able to hear this, I'm guessing, because we couldn't hear Paul's music that was going in here. But it's basically now said a word to me. So it said adverb. If I press the speaker again, it's going to say adverb again. And it's also going to give me the definition. So if I then try and spell adverb, and I'm going to spell this wrong on purpose. OK, here we go. I've missed out things on that. It's now going to read to me the right answer. OK, so it's saying adverb. It's spelling every single one of those letters, and it then adds the R that I've missed on here. If I've added extra letters, let's say I've added an extra D in here now, it's then going to delete that particular letter as well. And again, it's going to ask me again until I actually get that spelling correct, and then I'll move on to the next particular spelling. Okay, let's go back on there. So it's great if you're trying to learn particular languages, or if you've got that particular term that those students need to know. You could also link it maybe to quotes. You know, you've got to learn those quotes from those closed books. You could put the whole quote in there and get the students to try and type the quote out as well and get that matching right. Now, obviously, this works really well for distance learning because it's a digital tool that we can just share on Google Classroom and give them the link to those. But we've got a few other options, and one's test in here. So if I click on test, now test is going to randomly generate a test based on the data that I've given it. So it's given me, first of all, 5 written questions. I've then got 5 matching questions, and then I've got 5 multiple choice ones. And then finally, I've got 5 true and false ones. And I can complete this on the actual screen. But let's say I've got the classroom and actually I just want to print some of these out. Some students might not have a device for whatever reason. I've got a print test option. And this is going to print it as a document. It's just going to load that up for a second. It's got already added the name at the top here, and I can then print this out for my students and then give them the copy, the printed version of that test as well. If I just want to randomly generate another test, I can go down to options here, and I can then tick which ones I want. So at the moment, it's picking 20 out of 23. Let's say I want it to be a starter. So let's say pick 5 out of the 23, and let's say I want to go for just matching and written ones. Hit new test. There we go. I've got a brand new test randomly done from that particular data set. It's just picking those terms and definitions and giving me a brand new test. Again, I can just print that off, and I've got a range of different tests based on that particular information. And you can have a number of different questions or definitions within your data set. I've seen ones with over 250 in there. So it's just pulling all that information in and then giving to those. And imagine if it's not just terms and definitions and it's questions, certainly around maths, and you just want a range of questions on multiplication or on percentages. You can have all this bank of questions that you can share with other teachers in your department, and then you can all then access those and use those with your students. If I go back here, the final one that I just want to show you, there's a few other options in here, but I just want to show you live. Now, live is the classroom game. So effectively what happens in the classroom is that you'll have on your screen, I can't really demonstrate this on one screen, but as a teacher, I would set up live and I would create a game based on this particular data set. And each student will have to have a device. So it could be a laptop, it could be a Chromebook, it might be their mobile phone, whatever they've got access to. And on their screen, they will have a set of answers, okay? But they'll have a different set to their partner. Okay, so they'll all have different types of answers. They've got to work together as a team to try and get the right answer between their different devices. It will randomly select teams for you, or you can assign teams if you like. And then on your board, so on your main kind of projector, you'll see kind of like a leaderboard, and it will give the students a animal name. Every time they get a right answer right, they'll go across on the leadership board. You'll see it down here. This is what it looks like on the screen over here. Play some music along to it as well. Kind of very similar to Kahoot if you've used that element. And then so every time they get something right, they move across, and obviously they've got to try and get all the right answers till they finish. Now, the only main thing is with this Quizlet Live is if they get a wrong answer, they go back to 0. So I've seen it in action with some students when they get sort of 7 out of 8 or 6 out of 8, and they get suddenly the wrong answer, they go back to 0, and another group could then come in and try and win the actual game. So that's kind of like the classroom game that you can then use. Everything I've shown you so far is free. So it's all included within the free kind of teacher element. There is a paid element towards it, which is $35.99 a year. So it's an annual cost. You can get a group discount if you go through it as a group. So if you get two or more, you get a 20% discount. I'll also at the end give you a code to try it for a whole year for free. Okay, so I'll go through those and give you that code right at the end. Now, the extra features that you get as part of your premium account is how you adjust these particular elements. Now, here we go. It's just updated for me. So it's kind of remembering what progress I've done as a student on here. So it's telling me what I often missed and what I often got wrong, and then what I've always got right. So it then means I can actually go back and practice those particular cards that I've got wrong, and I can then select these as kind of like star them, and they'll always come up. So I've got to try and get those right before the actual exam. If I just go to edit these particular terms, the extra feature that I get with the premium account is I can, if I wait for this to load, I can basically have rich text element in these boxes. So if I click on this particular box, it's going to give me options to bold, underline, italics, change the colors. I can also add my own voice. So there is a computer voice when it reads out the particular terms. Now, certainly if you're learning languages, it might be good if it's your own voice doing the pronunciation for your students, because they're used to hearing that and they'll then be able to understand and pronounce that particular word. So you can actually add your own voice, and that's in the premium kind of content as well. The other thing it gets in the premium content is a way of tracking your students. So I'll just show you what that looks like, just in case you're interested. If I click on here, and I'm going to go to my classes that I've created. Now, the classes can be imported in from Google Classroom. And let me just tick on here. And this is just going to load up a class that I've got. I'm going to select a particular elements that they've been studying. So they've been looking at American to English words. And this is going to give me how they've done in the last, I'm going to pick the past year. So I've got a range of data on here. And I can see, if I hover over here, I can see when they last attempted that particular thing. So 2 months ago, this student did it, and if they managed to complete it or not as they go through those particular tests. I can also see there's a match game where you've got to match the definitions together, and it's all about a score. If you get the fastest score on those and someone beats you, it will send you an email and let you know that someone's beaten that score, and then you've got to try to improve those. So I can see how they've engaged with this particular content and what their best try was when they did those particular elements. Fantastic. Okay, so if you're interested in that sort of premium account, I've got a link for you. So it's bit.ly/try Quizlet with a capital Q, and that will sign you up for a year's free trial. You can share that with other teachers as well, and they'll be able to access those. You literally click on that link. It should then log in, create an account, can use Google if you've already got one of those, and that will then go through those. Okay, right. I'm going to just unshare my screen for a second and see if we've got any kind of questions in here.
Thank you, Darren. Let's have a quick look through. Someone asked about are statistics only for premium users? That was a question coming in from Ren.
Yeah, so it is for a teacher viewpoint, so you can see how they're engaging with it. Obviously, the student themselves, they'll be able to see their own practice themselves. So those statistics where it says what you're currently getting wrong, a lot will come on their student account.
Quite a lot of love for Quizlet Live, which must have been his Isla says she loves it, and it's great for team building. One of the things I do like about Quizlet Live, actually, I like the fact that if you get a question wrong, it puts you back to zero.
Yes.
It forces the sort of conversation with the students, doesn't it, around, okay, we better get this right. And rather than just like, well, let's press as fast as we can.
Yeah.
There's a real penalty, isn't there, for doing it wrong?
Definitely,
yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, you can see the frustration when they suddenly get that wrong answer and they go back to zero. But it does mean that the students actually read that properly and then try and come up with that right answer before they press that button. Other things, they sometimes go a bit too quick, don't they? And just kind of go, right, I'm just going to try and give that a go and try and win.
I'm trying to have that conversation, isn't it, as well, with the student?
Definitely.
Nice piece. Darren, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
That's all right. No, thanks for having me.
And taking the time shift of your time.
That's right.
We'll let you get off now and have the rest of Sunday, and we're going to move on just to explain to everyone what's coming up next in the chat. So coming up at 1 o'clock in just a second, Jess is joining us for a session on Keep the Connections, social emotional learning. Then Kev's joining us at 1:20 for a session called Lights, Camera, Screencastify, looking at the use of Screencastify. And then finally at 1:40, Katie's going to be up with some Geotools. So that's how the next hour is shaping up. It's time to say good afternoon to Jess. Hi, Jess. How are you?
Hi everyone. Thanks for joining. And I'm good. Thank you. I just shared my resources link with the link to the presentation in the folder. And this is an interactive session, so hopefully that doesn't scare anyone off.
I'll get those links shared shortly. Just to introduce you, Jess. Jess, you are one of the members of our team here in the UK. So Jess is one of our trainers at EdTechTeam UK, particularly responsible for our online courses. So our Getting Started with Google Classroom course and our Intermediate Google Classroom course are all the work of Jess. You're a former Google Teacher Academy, so now Google Certified Innovator, but back from the GTA days.
Yes, old school. Anyone else out there, let me know. Super. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I've just added it to the feed.
Wonderful. All right. So, of course, this is about keeping connections. So please join in so we can actually connect and have that real world experience and hands-on learning. So if you go to join.nearpod.com, or if you happen to have the app, if you've used it before, and enter that code, as you can see, it's quite easy to have students join in with all of these different options. I can also copy a link and paste it in the chat too. So there's another option for connections. So as I said, I've shared the bit.ly link that will take you to this folder. And these are just various resources for social emotional learning. And you'll see some of them in the presentation, of course. But I wanted to give you access to these things. They're all free, and you're welcome to repurpose, reuse any of the materials. Also, of course, the slideshow itself is there in case you'd like to play around with Nearpod and see how I've configured things. So right now, this is showing you the teacher's side, and at any point, you can always switch to student view, but I'm going to let you experience, if you have just another browser or another maybe incognito tab, it might work more fluidly, but you should be able to join in any browser, and you can also join on another device if you have an iPad or phone handy. And the 5-digit or letter code is different each time you update your slides deck in Nearpod. Nearpod is a free add-on that I will show several different features on and how we can keep this distance learning connections going. So if you haven't already connected, when you enter your name, you might want to enter your Twitter handle too. And if you want to take notes on presentations or something to encourage students to do, you use that drop-down menu to take notes on the presentation too. So as I like to start any class or learning, to bring that self-awareness piece to our students and to ourselves, just to take a moment to be mindful. So what kind of mindset do you have right now? Checking in with yourself. You can do this with students in terms of brain breaks, like Simon Says, or there's lots of fun musically involved ways, maybe even using some tips from Paul's Soundtrap ideas there. And you can have relaxing music. It can be stretching, anything that just lets them tune into their bodies, their minds, themselves, to make sure we're all present. So I know some of you might be grabbing a coffee and doing other things as well, but hopefully we can be present in our interactions with each other. So I can see how many people have logged on. I can also choose to hide or show student names. So these are all, functions you can interact with right now. Nearpod is a free app, but you can have an extension, and I'll explain more about the back end of Nearpod later. But this is an overview of what it can do. And I have shared this particular slide deck with you so you can see the many various things that you can do, although we won't go into all of them in detail because that would take a lot more than 20 minutes. So let's get in, or dig in, as they say. Get stuck in, I think, is the UK aspect of things. So I have my students I see here. Again, I can hide names if I want it to be anonymous. Hopefully nobody minds having their name shown. Let me know if you'd like me to change that. So again, you can see there is a timer option on this. You don't have to have that, but you have several different time options you can give students. So go ahead and play around with those drawing tools. Tell me, check in, and I can see, which students are doing what. I can also click on a particular student and share that with all. I can see which students might need some support, going to those if you are in an in-class situation. Of course, if you're online, you can prompt them orally or kind of head to that or chat discussion area wherever you're communicating with your students. Okay, and so for those of you that were able to check in, you also see the different color coding, which is the submitted students that have finished that. And of course, you can play around with this more later if you didn't get a chance. So I can also share what a particular student has done. So if you wanted to highlight particular responses, that's always an option too. This is an integrated video. You can integrate any videos on on Nearpod or through Nearpod. This is just something taken from YouTube. And I would say hands up, or virtual hands up, if you've actually seen or heard of the bucket book before. Have you filled a bucket today? All potty humor aside, it is a lovely resource, and it has been used all over the world in all ages, actually. It does seem more primary based, but it is a lovely concept of letting others develop a community of support, and filling each other's buckets is something that makes you feel better too. So you can ask your students, how do you feel now? Of course, you can talk about bucket dippers, where the emotions might be more negative if you feel the students need to get that out. The whole idea of this is that you want to be able to let them kind of dump off those necessary feelings so that they can get to learning. And that's based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs and that psychological aspect of things. So again, you can see my teacher aspect here. This is a collaborate board, so I can approve students or not, but I'm not going to worry about what you're going to approve. So go ahead and play with this. What's filling your bucket today? So I'm keeping it in this short time in the positive, hopefully. The various things you can do once you type up, it comes up kind of like a post-it thing, and this can be used for brainstorming. It can be used for also upvoting if you want to have students kind of vote or decide on something together. You can click on these little hearts and send some love to the people that have chosen those things. And of course, the students are making connections, even if they're doing this from home. They're seeing what their friends are writing, and you can, of course, write more than one option. And sorry, not sure what that means. You can also sort them, so I can organize them by student name, by the time they were submitted, or by those likes. So if multiple, if that's clicked multiple times, then awesome. We have an advanced user here with the integration of images as well. You see that that is a beautiful option. You can save this, and in the reports back end of everything, which I will show you, this will automatically save, so you can always go back to your class collaboration board. So I love that the rain, yes, and what to do in that rain. That's so lovely. Who has sunshine? Jealous. No sunshine here. So thank you all for sharing. Going on here. So this is, once we have kind of, checked in and identified our emotions, let's have a game. So actually, let me start it over. So you'll only have 30 seconds to do this. I should give you a fair prep. And it's finding matches between the different images that go with the emotions. You can do as many matches in this matching activity as possible. And again, in the teacher view here, I can see how the students are doing. and I can hide those names if I don't want to shame any of the kids. That might be a sensitive thing, or I don't have to have this, of course, shown at all. You might show it if you were in your own classroom, but with distance learning, the students wouldn't necessarily see this unless you were sharing your screen like I am in an online platform.
Just a quick couple of questions. First one is just on the folder, Jess. Can we just check the permissions on the folder so everyone can view? So you've probably got...
Yeah, sorry. Did I not do that? Yep, I will do that now. Thank you. Oh, I only made it for EdTechTeam. Sorry. That's why.
Fine.
That's not fair. I wasn't trying to discriminate. Thank you. Okay, now
everyone can view the folder. That'd be great. We had a question also come in while we're doing questions.
Yeah, please.
Do you create the slides within Nearpod, or can you import your own PowerPoints or Google Slides?
Yeah, you can do both. You can, of course, add your own. Like I will show you a bit of it now. For example, this image, I pulled that in myself, and then you can add a Nearpod task or bit on top of any of these things. So again, this stress check, all of these are images I made myself. So the editing, let's see, the only tough thing about this, let me make sure I go through the presentation first, because sometimes when you edit here, then it changes your...
Yeah, that's fine. We'll come back to questions at the end. I just thought I'd pause while we're getting...
No, I'm happy to have the connection and interaction. Please.
Yeah, good time to see everyone's scores.
Yeah. So I can see that. I can also view the pairs. Yeah, and I promise to come back to the back end of things. So as you are experiencing these things as students, and go ahead and drag and drop these, they are, yeah, all, you can either click if you have a touch screen or use your mouse. These reports will show you how the students did. So I know everything right now is very fast paced, but even with this presentation, I'll be able to see what everyone's doing. So let's see, we show our student names again. So that's kind of our, correct answer if you haven't already done that. Again, I can always check in and see which students are logged in, and yeah, super. So this is another integration of Nearpod. I just want to give you an idea of the many different things they can do. I'll just show you how this plays on this device only. So you can actually pause it and not have the students playing it.
Everybody has feelings or emotions,
If you don't know vocabulary, it's great.
Sad, proud,
I think you get 3 of these.
but everyone doesn't always feel the same way about the same
3
things.
free with the Nearpod app, and this is all about empathy. So it's a relevant connection. You can also slow it down for students with certain needs. And yeah, that is just another little thing you can do. Another useful integration is the open-ended question. So again, I've made this slide, and now you'll see that I'm inviting you as students to answer that question. So this is a pondering or Socratic questioning, if you will. So what is the most prominent social emotional need your students have? And I know this isn't a lot of time to think about that, but is there something that you feel or that you wonder when you are, trying to think of these times, these crazy times and these days? And for those of you that are teaching online already, what are those needs of your students that you're finding? What are they expressing to you? I have in the notes of the slides that you should now be able to access. Oh, don't forget to click submit at the bottom. That's a key thing as well. that, you know, a lot of students, of course, need our acceptance. They need that connection itself. They need attention in some way. So yeah, thank you, Abid and Ian, and ditto. Yeah, resilience, all of those things. So again, I could share if I wanted to say, these are your peers' responses. I can share that, and those actually are without names. So, oh, and someone got cut off. Sorry. So definitely always more we can do. Again, you can have the students go into a deeper discussion about, you know, think, pair, share. How did you and your partner's perspective change or compare? And whether that's in breakout rooms online or, of course, in a classroom. So these are all the different tools you can use. I'll go in the back end and show you now how easy this is to use all of these things. So you just have to edit the lesson, and then you literally just click on any of these. So for you math teachers out there, there is tons of math stuff, and actually all of the content areas here, a few here that I will click through just so you can see. There's the VR experience, but you don't need VR. You can also just, you know, click to turn. This is my hometown. I was shocked that it was on here, honestly. And this is the BBC video of Socrates. Again, you can have any videos. And this, go ahead and play with it. You can see what I'm doing here, but you can all interact with the London Tower Bridge itself too. The kind of similar to what Darren was just sharing with the Quizlet live, this is Nearpod's version of having students compete. And again, you can upload any quiz or thing you've already made into this, and they, you know, climb up the hill as they answer questions. And so that is called, yeah, Time to Climb. So you can see in my slide deck here how that looks. And you do have to edit, and then you have to save it when you go to Nearpod. So this is kind of the back end of things. You can see the differences with the upgrade. And you don't have to have a district upgrade. You could have a school library as well. One big difference is that students can connect in their own time and way with student paste in the upgraded versions. But if you're doing a live lesson with 40 students or less, you can do that in the silver free version. Then the reports that I mentioned, this is how they look. There's a general summary of all of your students' interactions and how they behaved. And then you can click on each of the questions or the slide types that you created and see the students' responses there. The library is a wonderful resource organized by grade level and subject. There was so much here. I was very impressed also with the social emotional templates that are available. And these are all free for you to modify. They're for all ages of students. And yeah, so maybe as you do this exit ticket, I can take some questions and show you more of the back end of things if anyone would like to see that. Andy, is there any particular thing I should focus on?
Yeah, so a couple of questions and different points coming in. There's been interesting chat going actually in the side chat just around when to introduce tools to educators, and a similar thing coming through now. Obviously, there's a huge range of EdTech tools out there right now, but there's also a lot of schools feeling the pressure and the need for, for learning the basics. And I think it's already been covered a bit in the chat, which is around, where Nearpod would fit in that. We did see some integration there with Google Slides, and I know Nearpod sits nicely on top of G Suite.
Right.
What's your thoughts, Jess? Would you, if you weren't using this now, would you roll it out now, or would you wait till you had staff in front of you to train?
If I wasn't using this,
and staff were already off.
Oh, I see what you mean. I think it's very usable, easy to use, honestly. You just click and explore. I mean, if you even have an ounce of tech savvy, that's really
I would agree. Some keener staff would probably explore it more. I know I've certainly seen it heavily in use. I know Graham's on the chat. I've certainly seen Leo Academy Trust using this quite heavily with their primary school students. So we do see that piece. And I think it may depend on the skill level, you're right, the teacher, as to where they want to do that and bring that level, I suppose, of interactivity across some of the work they're doing. Lots of comments around that. Lots of comments and lots of love for the resources as well. And thank you for sharing your resources in. Lots of I love Nearpod there from Flip Classroom Tutorials as their name. And then quite a few people just, lots of loves and hearts and like of the resources in there. So Jess, thank you very much for taking us through that and sharing your resources with us this afternoon.
Enjoy. Those resources can be used also online or in person too. So
wonderful. Thank you very much, Jess. Cheers. I'm going to say goodbye to you and move over to introducing Kev, who's joining us this afternoon. Good afternoon, Kev.
How's it going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Very well. Thank you very much.
Apologies, Ren. There was a question just popped up for Jess at the very end about the time of being more than 1 minute in Nearpod. I'll have to get back to you. I'm wondering if Jess is on the stream. I'll find out from Jess. Kev, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you're going to talk to us this afternoon about Screencastify?
I am indeed, yes.
So we'll hand over to you. Do you want to add your screen into the stream?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there's already SWE19s appearing in the chat, Kev. You'll be pleased to know.
No pressure. This is the first time I'm using the software, so no pressure.
Okay, well, we've got your screen now, so I'm going to disappear it off and we're going to share your screen in.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, can everyone
we've got your screen now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so today I wanted to talk about Screencastify, and especially with regard to the current situation, we need to be focusing on distance learning and what we can do to support that. So Screencastify is one tool which I believe is a fantastic tool in order to achieve that. Let me just go over some of these slides here, which I'll touch on briefly, but these are being shared. So, what is Screencastify? It's a free Google Chrome extension which embeds right into your browser. It allows you to provide resources for a number of varieties, whether it's feedback assessment, instructional videos, or even demonstrations like this today. It sets up really easily. It's just a few clicks of a button, and you can really sort of draw on the powerful tools that it has embedded within, including drawing tools for annotation, offline recording. We can record a variety of different settings, including your entire tab, your whole screen, or just your webcam. And why would we use this? It provides opportunities for distance learning. It gives that personalized feedback and touch when you want to talk to your students or your staff members, or even your butler if you've got a butler. So let's try and move on with actually recording one. Okay, so here within our college at HSDC, we have a design studio, and this is where we improve all our quality of resources, but also help with upskilling digital skills. When we have work experience students come in, we like to let them have a little look at the job description, but sometimes it's a good opportunity to record that video and take you through it. Now, fingers crossed, I'm actually going to try and do that now. So Screencastify is this little icon up here. Once you've downloaded it from the Chrome store, signed in with your Google account, all these instructions are on the slide deck there. So we're just going to try and jump into this really quickly. For this purpose, I'm going to record my browser tab. I've enabled my default microphone and the webcam. Now we have a few more options down here. So we have a countdown, which can be either 3, 5, or 10 seconds, depending on how ready you're going to be. We want to enable the drawing tools. That's for our annotation. We're not going to use the tab audio on this. So basically, this would then record everything coming out of your tab. So we're just going to go for this. We're going to hit record. Give it a moment. And there we go. Hopefully you'll see this as well. It's a countdown there. So basically, I can scroll through the web page as normally, and I could say, hey student, welcome to the Design Studio work experience. It's just a number of things that we'd like to go over here with regard to the role, what you can expect here, your responsibilities, and the training that we are going to provide. There's also some targets we have for you, and also upon completion, we hope that you'll walk away with these skills. Terms and conditions here. Now, this is where I'll be using my focus tool, which is actually, that's the wrong one. There it is. It's like a spotlight. I love this one because it really draws the attention of the viewer to the information. Now, there is a little bit of a lag my end, so if there is a lag your end, I do apologize. But this is really good to bring their focus to it. We can hit the escape button and it brings us back out. And then we have some more annotation tools, and we can change the colors here if we wish, nice purple, and just sort of underline this by stating, you know, here's the terms of the conditions of the work experience. Please make sure that you read this. It's very, very important. I press escape and come out of that tool again. And then once I'm finished and I'm ready to sort of sign off, I can just come down the bottom, press pause, hit stop, and then this is where the magic then begins. What Screencastify is doing now is it's automatically saving to my drive. It will create a folder called Screencastify, and now it gives you automatic playback and a range of different tools which we will now go through. So as you can see on the top right hand corner here, we can copy the link and we can email it. We can do whatever we want with that. We can add some more options here. Now you can, just like YouTube, you know, you can set the permissions, and you can view it straight on your drive. So if I hit that, it goes straight to my drive, which will be the folder. There we go. So that's the video we've just produced in our Google Drive. We go back to this. We can share it a variety of different ways. So we can create a QR code, which is easy. I mean, we can just zap it with our phone or a device straight to your classroom. We can publish to YouTube, embed it in the code, embed the code. So maybe you're using Google Sites, and we can embed it there, or send it via email. Also, you can download it as a different file formats. So we can download it as an MP4 or just audio, or if you're into GIFs, we can do that as well. At the bottom here, we have the feature to trim the beginning and the end of the videos if we wish. This is really useful. So we have a lot of staff members come in and use our facility, and as they do, they might be just a little bit nervous. So they start off with a or an R, or they scratch their nose, anything like that. And that's where the trimming comes in. And it's really good to just eliminate those factors there, and then close off the video nicely. We can save trim, and it will do that for us. And there we go. It's trimming our video. And then when it's finished, what we can do now, so it's saving it all in real time. We can come up to the top and we can rename it whatever we like. So let's just call it Student A Work Experience Info. And that's automatically backing it up. We can delete the video if we don't like the video. One thing I really like is the information here. So it will tell you exactly the duration. So at the moment, we can record up to 5 minutes per video. It gives you the date and the specific time, dimensions, and also the size. So you probably won't have to compress this at all, but if you ever wanted to, the video was really long, then you can sort of have that information at your disposal. If we come up to the left-hand side here and click the options, it will take us straight to our recordings. And this is where your library of videos will be housed and saved in your Google Drive, and you can share and delete as much as you want. So what we can do then is, with that recording, we could embed it into this work experience if we wanted to by adding comments, or we can share it directly with the student. Now, the student has created a reflective journal, which I asked them to do whilst they do their work experience. And this student has a page here in which he's talking about his illustrations. And maybe I just want to give a little bit of video feedback, because this particular student prefers video feedback and that personalized touch. So what I could do, I could just activate my Screencastify with the same default settings. And here we go. So I'm just going to give him some feedback. Okay, hey buddy, thanks very much for sharing your Google site with me. It's great that you've given me permissions because now I can embed this video as a feedback for you. I love this design. It's really vibrant, really sort of clear. The message is great. However, what I would like to do is just draw your focus to this section here, if I may. So in terms of your reflection here, I'd like to see a little bit more in-depth reflection, if you don't mind, maybe drawing on some of your inspirations, how you achieved it, and any issues that you overcome. Yeah, well done, buddy. That's really good. Can't wait to see more of it. So then I can just pause it, and I can stop it. It will do its magic. Okay, it's saving it to my drive. Now I might want to just trim that last bit off. Just a few seconds there. I'm going to save that trim. And then once it's done that, I'm going to copy that link. And then I'm going to go straight back into my Google site. Within the section, I can add that link in. Maybe not there, probably not the best place. Let's do it at the end. There we go. It's not too messy then. And there we go. I mean, he's got some video feedback embedded into his Google site, and he can watch that, review that, and then remove this link when he's ready to publish the site. So that's one way of doing it on that. Now, this is a bit of a challenge. I'm not sure how this is going to go down, but we recorded an assessment video last year. So these guys are sports science students. They didn't want to do a slide deck or a PowerPoint presentation. These are really sort of creative guys. They wanted to do a rap. So their lecturer brought them down to the studio. We used a green screen. They wanted to be put in the Bronx and Brooklyn and Manhattan. They wanted a real sort of ghetto gangster look to their video. So what I'm going to try and do now is provide feedback of their video. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Hopefully it does. In terms of this one, I'm going to turn the tab audio on, so we should be able to hear them rapping. Okay. Okay, here we go. So the guys are doing their thing. Great use of green screen, guys. You're really enjoying yourself. The information is really informative. You really sort of hit it on the end. It seems like you're really enjoying yourself, and it's a real good use of using your imagination and creativity to achieve. And there's a little funny clip at the end there. And we're just going to stop that. Now, in terms of students being involved, maybe someone's already sort of flagged the whole GDPR thing. We have all of their permissions in order to share these resources before we actually work with the students and offer them any help or so. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to, so I can copy this link, and I can go back to the video folder where they all have access and add a comment. And this is when I knew it weren't going to work. But in the comment there, you can drop in the link and they all have access to it that way. Okay, so I'm now going to come back to the stream. Has anyone got any questions so far?
Okay, yeah, there's a few questions or little points coming in so far. Really nice tip, actually. This one here about changing the whole Screencastify folder permission so that everyone with the link can view. So obviously we know that Screencastify creates that folder in Drive.
Yes, exactly.
Flick the permission on that to everyone with the link can view. You can then just keep pasting those links.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So a really nice tip there. Someone asked about the recording capacity. How long you get?
You get 5 minutes at the moment, up to 5 minutes. You will have to break it down. So in terms of, say I wanted to record this entire session here, I'd have to break it down into various parts, and then you have to just be aware of that. But if you want, you can then trim the end and the beginnings of each video, and then maybe you can just use a video editing software package just to bring it all together, unless you want to pay for the premium upgrade. Yeah, and I think Abby has mentioned further up the chat that they're giving away premium subscriptions at the moment for schools that have been affected. So obviously there might be a window of opportunity there for schools to lift their limits. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks very much, Abid. Cheers, buddy.
And some mentions for other tools, and some people are using Loom and Nimbus.
Yeah.
And I must admit, I've used a range of tools over the years, but I drift back to Screencastify all the time. And that's just particularly when I was like you, Kev, I was marking work, and it was just that flow. Okay, there's my link. Now I'm on to the next person.
It's so easy. I mean, I organised a blended learning session for our Cert Ed trainee teachers, and none of them had ever heard of it. A lot of them hadn't heard of a Chromebook, you know, and we set them up within minutes, and they were away, and the resources they were producing and the quality of it was outstanding, you know. So it really doesn't take and to upskill yourself using these digital tools, especially at this current moment in time when, you know, we really should be looking at these things in order to help support our learners.
And we've had some more. Look at your fan club on here, Kev. And we've had Kev is a legend. Thanks for sharing. And I didn't introduce you properly, Kev, at the start. But obviously, you're the creative learning specialist at HSDC College, as well as being an innovator for COVID-19. So you have a role in this area, and so a few comments on that. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys,
for joining us this afternoon and taking us through Screencastify. I'll just catch up now.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thanks. And if you have any other questions, people feel free to drop them in the chat, and then I'm sure, Kev, you can jump on in and answer them as we move on into the next session. But thanks for joining us, Kev, and we will see you.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Later. Take care. Move Kev off, and we're going to have Katie joining us now. Good afternoon, Katie. Oh, I think you're muted.
There we go.
Yeah, unmuted now. Hi, Katie. How are you?
I'm good. How's everyone?
So welcome for everyone else. Katie is our head of geography.
Yeah.
School in Oxfordshire. And so he's going to take my favourite topic of the afternoon, because Katie's going to take us through some of the Geotools, in particular some of the new features in Google Earth. So I know a lot of people are seeing the power now of these tools. So I'm going to hand over to you, Katie, to let you take us through those.
Okay.
You want to share your screen in? I will pop that up in just a second once we've got it.
Okay. Let me get rid of that. And there we go.
Pop the screen into the feed. There we go. There's the screen on show, and I'll hand over to you, Katie.
Alrighty. Okay. So I have got some slides, but I will share them later on. Does that work if I do that there? Yes. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to show you here getting to grips with Geotools, and as Andy said, I'm a head of geography at a school, but I've been back in England for about 2 years, and I got really interested in all the EdTech stuff when I was out in Asia. Okay. So I'm going to start off with my maps, and is it still going? Yeah. So I'm going to start off with my maps and show you a few things that you can do on my maps, and then I'm going to go on to Google Earth. Okay. So my maps is opened by My Maps of Google, or you can get to it from your drive. It's under the More banner, and it opens it there. So cool things that you can do on my maps. You can have a class collaborating on one map where they all drop pins anywhere on the map. So then they can change the pins, they can add things to the pins. You can measure distances between pins, and yeah, and then share it amongst everyone. So I've got a couple of examples. So I use this with my class, and when they come back after any holiday, a half term or an Easter holiday, they all go onto the map and they drop their little pins everywhere as to where they went, and then they add their name and what they did, and they can add a little picture. So they love doing that, and then it triggers conversation amongst them all and everything. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So I'm just going to go on to My Maps Google. Okay, and we're going to go on this one just for now because I'm going to get you guys to add to it later. Okay, so how you do it. What we do is, first of all, we Google where we want to go to. So as it says here, I've got Singapore. And just like Google Maps does, it automatically goes there. So you get the children to all log onto the map, and then they can add their point to the map. From there, they can style their little drop point, so they can change the color of it. They can change the icon. There's a whole amount of different icons that they can choose. So pick one, and then they can edit what it says. So I usually get them to name it and then write about what they want to do there. So go to Marina Bay Sands. And then as always, and you can do add image as well, and it links in through a Google image search. So they can just add little details to their little pins and then save. And then it adds it to the map. And we get a big list down the side of everyone's pins. So a little bit of our audience participation. If people that are watching all want to log on to my Where Would You Like to Go map, which is at bit.ly/virtual summit geomaps, you can add a pin of somewhere that you would like to go, and then you can edit your pin in your favorite colors, and you can add an image of something that you'd like to do there, and then maybe we'll be able to come back to it and we'll have some more pins on it from other people. So I'll leave it going, and if people want to go on to it, they can add their pins to our map. I could share that in the chat, couldn't I? I'll share that in there. I put it on, no, I'll share it around. Okay, so that's my map. So then I've given you some lesson ideas on that. So as I said, I get the children to do their holidays. I work in primary school, so things like that really entertain my class. But you could plot certain locations, different environments. You could do visual statistics of the different populations, the densely populated cities and crimes. I've put a link. There is a Harry Potter locations map. And then the ones in grey are slightly different topics, not necessarily geography, but locations of historical events and novels and things as well. There is an awesome add-on called Geocode. So this runs from a Google Sheet, and it generates latitude and longitude to a list of places that you put in a sheet, and then from that it then creates a map of those points. So for instance, my little example here, it was earthquake-proof buildings, because that's what I'm doing with my year sixes. So there's a list of 10, and then it Googled this add-on. I ran the add-on, and it found the latitude and longitudes of those buildings, and then it's put them automatically on a map. Thinking then I'd share that with the children. They can click through the places and they can find some extra information out about those buildings and how they're earthquake-proofed things. So that's my little My Maps bit. And then I've got stuff for Google Earth. So I think automatically children love Google Earth. Every time they go on, I mean, we have to spend the first 5 minutes of them finding their house, and seeing if they can see their mum and dad's car outside. They zoom in, zoom out, and then that obviously triggers the conversation of it's not a live photo. Sometimes I've explained how they've got the pieces, the photos, and they stitch them together. But they do really enjoy just going on Google Earth. Lesson idea, just by using Google Earth, we've done, when we do types of settlement and houses, I may give them a postcode that they have to go to or a road, and they go on Google Earth to that place, and they had to tell me what type of housing was there. Was it detached houses, semi-detached? Was it a city? Was it a village? Was it a hamlet? So yeah, involving Google Earth in lessons that way. Okay. So I've got, it's not going to play, is it now? But yeah, so I'm going to go on to the new creation tool that is in Google Earth now. So if I put it into program mode from there, you can see my little video. So this is where you can basically make customized maps. So this is something that I think would be brilliant if we are working remotely and teaching from home. This is a way that you could basically make a lesson going around a map with information on it, and the children would work through it, and then there'd be some work based on it. So what this one is again, earthquake-proof buildings. And I have got those 10 buildings again. And for each point on it, it goes through them. And there is a YouTube clip that I would get the children to watch, read the information, and they can work through it at their own pace. You just share the link to the Earth project on their classroom. Okay, so there is a video that you can watch. So yeah, I'm going to run through how you do this. It's very similar, and then how you could piece together another project that you could use. So if I go on to Google Earth, okay, so it's this button on the side, projects, and we're going to go new project and create. So we're going to add, just seeing what I put in my notes for adding to this. So we're going to add about different earthquakes, maybe big earthquakes that have happened in history, and they're going to look, the children will look at some of the big earthquakes and then maybe make their own fact file about earthquakes. So we're going to search, add a new feature, and the first one we're going to add is San Francisco. So just in true Google Earth style, it zooms around the Earth and finds San Francisco. Okay, so we want to then add this to our project. At the moment, our project is untitled, so new project, and we're going to call it Earthquakes World. So we're going to save San Francisco to that. Now, if we click on it on the sidebar and click the little edit feature, Google automatically adds what it does from the little place card to the information about San Francisco. Well, we can replace that, and we can add in, you can add in an image to find, maybe we wanted a picture of some destruction from the earthquake, or if there is a suitable YouTube clip that goes along with it. And if I can find it, go 1989, and there is YouTube clip from the History channel, I know, or oh well, I can't find it now, can I? But let's just go, that may help. Let's see. So, well, for instance, we find what we want, the YouTube video that we want, or we could paste the YouTube link in that we want. And if we select it, it automatically puts it in there. We could type some extra information. Yeah, and again, similarly to maps, you can change the pins and the colors again. So if you wanted different layers and things. And then in true Google style, it saves automatically. So back, and we've got our point there. Okay, we could then add the next one. So we wanted to add about the big earthquake in Indonesia. We could add that to our project. So as I said, that would be really good. It's really good for in class, in person. Let's save that one to our project. So yeah, it's really good for in class, in person, to make your lesson just cool. But then share project, just like in a similar way on Google Classroom, as you do with any of the Google things, share the link, and then the children can work their way through it and learn about the earthquakes. So that is the creation tool. And other lesson ideas, again, crime spots is really, I've used it for that. The courses of the river, Andy shared a nice courses of the river one with me. Obviously, when you do the little add the YouTube clips in, you could also add screencastifies of you presenting something. Along with courses of the river, if you got yourself, it's automatically saved to your drive, so you just insert it from there. I've used it in history when we did the battles of 1066 and Battle of Stamford Bridge and things. It works really well, things like that. And then also in English, you can map books. And on that note, there is an amazing website, Google Lit Trips, which is where they have basically, in America, someone has made certain Earth journeys of books, which is a great website to check out as well. There is Google Earth Voyager, which is the little ship wheel, which offers some great things as well for education. But what I noticed yesterday when I went on this was games. And I did have a play on where on Google Earth is Carmen San Diego, so that's great. You could share those on your classroom as well. Learning about Google Earth, they have to interview people and people give them clues like, oh, she went off on a plane that had a white flag with a red dot on, and they have to think about where that is, which is brilliant. There is Google Earth Engine. These are just quick snippets at the end of other things. So Google Earth Engine, great for geography in that it's got a time-lapse feature, and it uses Google's imagery from all the way back from 1984, and it pieces it together and it shows how places have changed. So I know for older ones, you've got like retreating glaciers, you've got the coastal expansion of Dubai showing on the screen, where you can basically see that they start building out into the ocean. And I've used it for deforestation in Brazil. It shows over the years how it's gone, the rainforest is disappearing. And then, yeah, last one, just a bit of fun. There is also Google Moon, which plots things from some of the Apollo missions. So yeah, these, I will share these slides so that people can click along and play. And then I think if I go back, that works.
Katie, thank you very much for taking us through some of my favourite tools. I would admit the Google Earth having creation tools has really changed what the uses are for that in the classroom. Before that, Google Earth was very static. Let's go and find out about a place, look at Street View, a little bit product. But now the ability for students to put work in there and lay that work in, and that each of those files is saved back into Google Drive. So that when you are working in Earth, it's just creating a Google. It's now a Google Earth file type within Google Drive. So then you can do a standard classroom share, or a hand in classroom, or make a copy for each student. Those are really sort of useful tools now for getting students to create their work in different ways. So rather than just asking for
about the teachers using it, but the kids can make their own journeys as well and share it back with you as the teacher.
Yes, it really sort of expands the power, doesn't it, of that as a tool. I'm just flicking through, see if any questions have come in for you. Quite a few mentions when you were going through Google Maps. Well, we didn't go back to the map, Katie.
I know, I just thought that.
See what your map, put your screen back in, we need, because I added somewhere.
Let's do that.
See what your map looks like. Lots of thoughts about using that for language learning, for the start of term. People mentioning that as well.
So many.
Do you want to share that on the screen? We can't see. Oh, did you share it?
Stop sharing.
Oh yeah, sorry, and I've got it. There it is. It's all there already. There we go.
So there we go. We can see, and some people you've made little blue pit. You've got the the little green. Someone wants to go Joe bag. We got a little drinking vessel. So yeah, you can see, and then you can see how you can use that in a class. Yeah. Did that work? I can share that. Well, everyone can see that. So
great. Thank you, Katie.
Oh no.
I'll just come back. I'm back now. I cut off for a moment there, I think.
There we go.
Thank you. Well, thank you for taking us through the Geotools this afternoon, Katie.
Yeah.
Have a nice rest of Sunday. We'll get your slides shared shortly into the chat. So anyone who wants those, if you can just message those over to me, I'll put them in the chat. Anyone who wants those can take us through that. But have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you for joining us, Katie.
Hey.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Just running through everybody with where we've got to as we approach 2 p.m. We're halfway through now our one-day virtual summit. So coming up next in just a moment is Laura White taking us through My Google Classroom's Always Open and the use of Google Classroom for distance learning, which I think is probably a very relevant topic right now. And then at 2:20, Mia's joining us to talk about flipping your classroom with Google Forms. So dive into the use of Google Forms. And then Georgina's up at 2:40 to look at sparking up your digital storytelling using Adobe. So looking at the range of Adobe tools and how you can support learning with those. So that's what we've got coming up in the next hour of our online EdTechTeam virtual summit. Great to see lots of people commenting in the chat and posting things in the chat. Don't forget also over on Twitter, if you want to use the hashtag EdTechTeam, feel free to tweet over on Twitter and leave your messages there as well. As we go through the afternoon, we'll try and check both. But keep asking questions for presenters and we'll pop those in as we get to them. So it's time for us to talk to Laura. Good afternoon, Laura.
Hi, Andy. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Lovely to see you.
Halfway through now.
I know, it's been fantastic. I've learned so much already this morning. Just watching like Darren and Jess and Kevin, everybody. It's lovely to hear everybody's tips. So well done, team.
Thank you. And we're going to hand over to you now to take us through the use of Google Classroom.
Fantastic. So I shall hop on screen sharing.
Yeah, if you pop on your screen, I will then put your screen in view.
Yes, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Got it.
I have now. Great. Here we go. So there's your screen.
Perfect.
Oh, I should have introduced you. I'm getting very bad at not introducing people this afternoon.
That's okay. I can introduce myself if you like.
Introduce yourself if you want.
No worries. I'll do that. So first thing I want you to do for me, if you possibly can, is join my Google Classroom. So I'm hoping my class code is up on the screen. and that'll give us an opportunity to try out some of the things we're talking about. So I'll just leave that up for a second while I introduce myself. My name is Laura White. I'm a school teacher full-time. I'm the digital learning lead in an independent secondary school, and we are primarily Google Classroom. I'm a Google certified innovator and trainer, and I've been lucky enough to be an academy coach on the Google Certified Innovator Academy. So that's where I come at these things from. Hopefully we've got a few people who've been able to join my class if they would like to. There we go. So let's go back. So I've got some slides here, and these will be on my classroom, which should help you sort of navigate through later if they're useful for you. So what I'm talking about today is just how in this current moment we might find ourselves with either mixed attendance, with some kids in the classroom and other kids not in the classroom, or remote learning, and different ways you could use Google Classroom just to do some of the regular tasks and just extend that a little bit. So I've got some posts ready. First post for you is going up on my Google Classroom page now, but the question is a really simple one, which is just how well do you know Classroom? I just want to know within the people in the chat today what the kind of use in practice is, and for you to see that. Let's see where that goes up now. So in my in the classwork area, I've just posted this question: how well do you know Google Classroom? And that enables me to see what's going on there. Let's have a little look. Just gives me a clue as to what level to go for. Okay. Right. So I've got a mixed response there, which is pretty good. Okay, so most people that are in that chat have used Classroom a little bit, so we should be roughly in the right area. So I'm just going to do is just split my screen here so I can see what I'm doing on both sides at the same time. I hope that works for you all in the chat. So what we've been talking about in my school this week is the idea that we shouldn't be doing anything too new or too scary at this point.
Hi, Laura. Sorry to interrupt, Laura. Can we just get the code again and I'll pop it in the chat for everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. It's here in my slides. CFBA3.
CFBA3.
RH.
RH. I'll drop that in the chat for everybody else. CFBA3 RH.
I've got about
in the chat.
5 students in the class, so happy to have more. And if you join that class, you'll get all the resources for this session. So
there we
go.
go.
A good all right, thanks very much, Andy. So yeah, try not to do anything too new or too unusual at this point. I think students and teachers are quite likely to be a bit stressed and a bit anxious about things. So trying to keep it simple and familiar, which is why I would always focus on a tool like Classroom, which in my context is well known, and just try and help teachers just to go that extra step, just to create those opportunities for engagement and human connection when we aren't working that closely together as we normally would be. So yeah, that's our golden rules: familiar tools, extending our lessons to students who might not be in the room or might not be in the time zone. But also when I've been training staff this week, we've been talking about how these are useful skills for all circumstances. This is not something that's only useful in the event of a global pandemic. This is just good stuff to know and to be able to use. So I'm just going to run you through a couple of different bits and bobs here that we've been talking about. The first one is when you're sharing resources and just some of these little fiddly bits that maybe some teachers might not have seen or might not have picked up on. So I'm just going to pop into this handouts area that I've prepared earlier. I'm just going to show you a couple of things that you might not be aware of. So one of the myths that I hear about Classroom is that people can't use it because their resources aren't in the Google formats. And we like to sort of try and disprove that if we can. So you can use any format. You can use PDFs, Word documents, all sorts of different formats you can go with. But little things that people might not be so kind of clued up to. Google updates itself regularly, so it's a good thing to keep abreast of these changes. I've got this copy here, which is my slides for you. And when I'm going to share it, I've got this option here to make a copy for each student. And I'm trying to encourage my teaching colleagues to default to that position because it opens up your possibilities for remote marking later. And And I've done the same here with that's just a picture of the textbook. It's nothing technical. It just allows just an example of how simple you can make this. Over here, if you're a teacher, you have got the option to allocate this to more than one class. And again, it's just a bit of time saving, which sometimes people haven't spotted. Similarly, I can pick which student I'm going to send that to. That's all of you lovely people. Well done. And I could, if I know somebody's not in school at the moment, I can select, hey, Avid. I can just give that one to Avid just by picking up in that drop-down menu, just some extra resources if I know he's missed the class or whatever else has gone on there. So when I post that now, yep, you should all get that popping up in your stream with hopefully a little bit of a demonstration of this of how this all might work. Hopefully that's there for everybody. So the other thing you can do, if you like, most of us like using Kahoot or Quizlet Live or any of those other fantastic tools, instead of playing the game live as you normally would when you go to create the game, most of these sites have the function to allow you to set it up as a homework task or as an assignment. So last week we had quite a few students not in school, but rather than playing the game live, I just posted the links as homeworks or assignment games. So the kids that were in the classroom could play it, but the kids that were not in the classroom could still play remotely with their friends and be part of the same leaderboard and part of the same challenge, which is a lot of what motivates kids to learn, and it keeps it fun and engaging for them when they're not in school. So that's just a further example for you of something you can do. It's just a tweak to your normal practice. Something else that you might want to think about with kids out of school. If I go back to this handouts assignment that I posted earlier, I've never really been all that into digital marking because I find it quite time consuming for the benefit. But given that kids are not around, if you've done copy for each student, you've got this option here of seeing these student work. And some teachers, I'm going to have to go full screen to get my marking interface up. If you are going to do some marking and assessment here because kids aren't with you, it's a really nice way of keeping that connection, giving kids feedback, keeping them motivated and engaged by actually giving them some response to the work that they're doing. So when you open it up into the marking interface in Google Classroom, because we've done copy for each student, I'm instantly in Sheila's. Hello, Sheila's. But again, I can drop down and pick up the kid I want to see. But here, a lot of teachers haven't spotted this one yet. This is a little comment bank. Now, I haven't got a comment bank in here because I do my marking in my other Google ID, but I can create a little comment bank here. Great work. Add it to the comment bank, and then I can just copy and paste those in onto that document for that student and then return it when they've given me some work. So the marking workflow is really nice, really simple. And again, it's just about trying to level the playing field for kids who aren't in the room when we're doing stuff with kids who are in the room. Other stuff you might want to try if you haven't tried it before, as a substitution for you teaching the student something. You might want to try using Google Forms, which is, we've got a smashing session on forms coming up later, but something you might not have spotted or might enjoy. If we go into using video in Google Forms, if I post this assignment for you, you should be able to see. It's a really simple thing. I'm a religious studies teacher. In the UK, we teach religious studies, so we teach our children about all the different world religions. So my apologies, this is a religious studies-based Google form, but I used this with my year 7s last week. They get the YouTube clip that I want them to watch. It's 2 or 3 minutes. They get the text here, and then they have a bunch of simple questions. So rather than just posting the video on my classroom page and expecting them to read it, I can post the video into my Google form and then post them some questions. Another thing I was talking about with my teachers last week, they all say, oh, this YouTube is pretty good, but it's not perfect. And I always think in terms of trying to encourage our students to be critical consumers, you can ask the students what's wrong with it. So, as a religious studies teacher, I have a number of problems with the way this video presents the historical figure. So I've got the factual questions, but then my final question down here says, as a piece of art, what are the problems with the presentation of Jesus here? So we're just adding that layer over the top rather than just passively watching the video. I want them to watch it, to learn from it, but also to have that reflective element, that next layer over the top. So it's really easy when you're making a Google form to add video or to add a kind of source, if you like, at the top. All you have to do is up here, you've got these kind of source options when you're creating, and then you can bring that in as a kind of header for your Google form. And again, I've posted that on Classroom, so you've got it as an example, and you can have a play around with it by all means. It's not a problem at all. Okay, third column, things you might not yet have tried. Discussions, questions, and quiz assignments. Okay, so you've got a couple of options for discussion. The stream's quite nice. I tend to do almost everything in classwork. So when I do post in stream, it's there as a kind of record of what we've been doing. Hey, Avid, thanks, that's very sweet, very lovely. You can post here as a discussion starter. Similarly, as before, when we were talking about how you can select who you're posting to, you've got the same options here in stream as you do have in the assignments to choose who you're posting to, or you can really simply use @ or plus to direct your comment to an individual. But I actually prefer generally in classwork using questions. So just as we started the session today with a question that I posted, that gives us a big starter as a teacher where people can go back and forth. You can post different kinds of questions, but this is just a great way of, again, leveling that playing field. If you've got some students who are in the room and some students who are not in the room, letting them all participate on an equal footing. It's also really great if you're in a classroom, you've got some kids who are super keen and always put their hand up and other kids who don't talk very much. This is a really good strategy as a teacher, just to kind of say, right, everybody needs to have an answer. When you post a question, you can also sort of set it up so that sometimes they can and sometimes they can't see each other's work and each other's, and they can edit their responses or not edit their responses. So you can use it in quite a lot of different ways, which I enjoy. If you're into doing something else, the other really great thing about Classroom is its integration with other tools. And something we've got to think about if our students are not learning in front of us is their ability to navigate all these different things we're trying to do. So I'm trying to stop my students from having to bounce around too many different places and follow too many things. So we're having everything in Classroom as the hub. They know if they come back to Classroom, they'll find new, interesting things. I really like Yalo EDU. It's another platform, and it allows you to host and moderate a discussion in this way, where the students can add pros and cons to their to each side of the argument, and then they can rate. You can turn that off and on each other's argument. So we're teaching them to argue and teaching them to discuss. As a religious studies and philosophy teacher, this kind of site's really great, and you end up with lovely infographics of the argument, and they can see where the strengths and weaknesses of things lie. And again, you can just post that onto Classroom. So you're creating this stream of engaging content, and there's opportunities for kids to interact with each other and with you in different formats, whether they're with you or not with you. Last thing I want to show you, I'm going at 90 miles an hour, but I'm going to try and leave some time for questions, is about video. Kids love video, but again, rather than having them be passive consumers of video, things like Screencastify, like EdPuzzle, which we're going to have sessions on later, allow you to just keep them focused and for you to have feedback and for them to have feedback on how they're learning. So I would definitely say don't reinvent the wheel. There's loads of great content out there. Do get your kids to be critical about it and say this is a great video apart from this little section here. But your final option for video with Classroom is Hangouts Meet. We've been trying to sort of stress to our teachers to keep things simple. So rather than asking them to teach 10 periods a day or anything like that, we've been setting up this idea that they might do office hours for kids. So if this was an exam class of mine that I would teach on a Friday afternoon, I can post onto Google Classroom a link for a Google Hangout here. And I've given them a little bit of etiquette. I teach secondary school, so they still need a bit of guidance about what's okay. So I'm suggesting that they might want to think about their environment and turn off their mic and turn off their camera before they join the link. And that enables me as the teacher to kind of set some expectations and keep some clarity. And it's a really simple tool to use. If you haven't used Meet before, I'll quickly demo for you how you can go for it. You just literally go meet.google.com, like all the other Google tools, it's .google.com. and you join or you start a meeting. The curiosity is you have to join it before you can share the joining code, which can be a bit throwing. So turn off the mic, turn off the camera, join the meeting. That then gives you the pop-up of the joining info, which you can copy and paste back onto Classroom again. So Classroom remains your hub and your core tool. So I'll post that for you onto the stream as an announcement, enabling us to have all of this good stuff that's happening in Classroom. Simple final tool. If you go back to that assignment that I posted earlier under handouts, and you have the option there. What I've done with my slides, quite a lot of my regular slides that I use, is just to pop in a few blank slides through my normal presentations and use those to ask questions as well. Just another option for discussion, another option for feedback. So I've got slide 9 that I've just whacked on the end here today, which just says, what are your takeaways from the session? And that allows me as a teacher to ask my students, where are you up to, and give them a channel through which to respond to me. That's one-to-one rather than through Classroom. So bit whistle stop, 15 minutes, hoping to leave 5 for questions. Andy, do you want to jump back in and tell me if we've got questions?
Yeah, sure. We'll have a quick look over for questions. Put ourselves like that. Lots of. Well, there's a nice comment from Abid firstly about the fact that his daughter just said, if only all our schoolwork was like this, it'd be so much more fun. So nice feedback there. Some people talking about video quizzes in forms, a good alternative to EdPuzzle.
Yeah, it's obviously different because you can't stop. The advantage of EdPuzzle is it stops the video and drops your question in. But again, for teachers who are potentially a bit overloaded, a bit in a new phase, sticking to what they know already, if they know forms, I think is a really good recommendation. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, and some people initially having issues joining the Classroom. That's a really interesting point. So Google Classroom, some schools have their account set so they can't join external classrooms. So at other people's ends, if your school's got it locked down to only internal classrooms, you obviously can't join Laura's classroom, which is in your school. But that's only a small number of people with that situation, and that's really
why I set that up with my personal Gmail account rather than my school account to make it an open classroom that you could all join. But the slides, I'm sure Andy will pop the slides up somewhere else.
Yeah, we'll pop the slide link into our chat later, and tomorrow we'll fire an email to everyone that's registered to share all the links for all the sessions and all the slides out with everybody tomorrow. Anyone got any other questions? Nice comment from Ian. Afternoon, Ian. Great example of how everything can revolve around Google Classroom, so students have a simple anchor point. That was nice to see. And just to pick up on something is my interesting fact for Google Meet. My useless Google Meet fact, apparently, is that once you create a Google Meet, 365 days that link stays live for.
Oh, good to know. I had some teachers asking me
a year worth of coming back, which does mean that if you're thinking about doing some online work, you could reuse the same one over and over again.
Yeah, that's what I've done with my kids. I've posted the link with a time and said I will be at this link at this time, and you don't have to repost it. You can keep it going. It does mean that students can meet themselves in the same space too, which is something that, depending on your context, you might want to have a think about. But for us, it seems like a good middle option. We're not going to teach to video, but we're going to provide resources we normally do, provide the opportunity for engagement, and then have a check-in option effectively.
Yeah, those are sort of office hours. The fact that you're on the feed at certain times is a really nice way of doing that, and then you obviously end up with those sort of one-to-one conversations. Possibly there's some of the students listening in, but those sort of one-to-one conversations is a really nice way of doing that.
And now we've got the option to record those Google Meets as well. Thanks, Google. So we can see in the admin panel that the meets are happening, which is helpful in terms of child protection in the UK context. We call it safeguarding. But as a teacher, if you're one-to-one in that space and you're not familiar with it, you could record it, and that would save to Drive and give you a backup option as well if you were concerned about video calling.
Wonderful. Laura, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Lots of, let them know the commute if necessary. A comment from Sarah about letting them know the commute if necessary within the Hangouts.
Yes, in fact, I always insist that they mute before they join.
Well, this is an interesting one. I don't know the answer to this one from Stuart Rogers. I've noticed with Google Classroom that if you share a doc as part of an assignment, children cannot edit using an iPad but can on a desktop.
We're an iPad school, so that's not something I've come across yet, but feel free to ping me if you want to have a chat about that.
Have you got the Docs? No, with the Docs app on the iPads.
Some of them have, but some of them haven't. They just do it in browser now, because in Chrome you've got the ability to request the desktop version on an iPad. So our kids on iPads are all right. So Stuart, do you want to ping me and I'll see if I can help?
Yep. Thank you for that. Yeah, Stuart might well do that. So that hopefully might answer that question. Laura, thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm sure people will connect with you offline, and of course over on Twitter as well. I think Teach Tech.
Very happy to try and answer questions and help if I can. Thanks all.
But we'll see you soon. Take care. And now moving on in the feed, we're bringing Mia in. Oh, and we're getting rid of Laura. There we go. Hello, Mia. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. So, Mia, you're the learning technologist at Greater Brighton Metropolitan College. I had to look down to my notes to get the name of the college right. And you're going to talk about Google Forms. So almost like a perfect follow-on from our session with Laura on Google Classroom as we start to look into the use of Google Forms. So that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
If you want to share your screen in, and we'll pop that into the feed. And feel free through any of these sessions, by the way, if you're watching now in real time, feel free to drop questions in the chat over on YouTube or to help each other with questions. And don't forget, you can always join us on Twitter as well at #EdTechTeam. I have got your screen now. There it is.
Perfect.
As if by magic. So there we go. Over to Mia to talk to us about flipping your classroom with Google Forms.
Brilliant, thank you. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, my name's Mia. And as Andy said, I'm a learning technologist and Google certified trainer. Today, I'm going to be showing you a few ways that you can extend what you do with Google Forms to create some fun and engaging activities. So for those of you who are watching who haven't used Google Forms before, it's a really great tool for assessment. And with it, you can quickly put together surveys, quizzes, which can then be shared with students really easily using Google Classroom or through email or wherever you share links with your students. So there are a range of question types to choose from, including multiple choice, short answer, and you can even get them to upload files. And if you're using multiple choice or checkbox questions, then you can set up quizzes so that they're self-marking, which means students can get instant feedback as soon as they submit their form. And another great thing about forms is that it can be linked to Google Sheets, which means that all of the student responses can be stored in one place and easy for you to track and analyze. So these features can make assessments super quick and easy when delivering online learning. But there are some slightly more advanced features, which mean you can create some innovative, engaging, and playful activities to spice up assessment for you and your students. So the first activity I want to talk to you about is differentiated learning tasks. A lot of teachers I work with find that their students arrive at a new topic with varied prior knowledge and want to find a way to bring them up to a similar level through flipped research tasks. The great thing about using Google Forms for this is that you can assess prior knowledge with a multiple choice question, and then based on the answer, you can get students to go to a different section automatically, which will take them to different activities based on what their knowledge is. And this is also known as branching. So I just want to show you a quick example. I'm currently working with a teacher on creating some resources for a module on healthy eating. So here we wanted to assess students' prior knowledge on what a healthy breakfast might look like. Now, there's no right answer here, as all of these can be improved in some way. So when you choose one, and I'm going to choose the fry up as it's a Sunday and Sunday's fry up day. There we go. So when you choose one, you are taken to a new section of the form, which has some resources to look at. So I've added in some videos here. and then some open questions to answer. So it's kind of like a little research activity for them to do prior to the session. So if we just take a little look inside the form, I'll show you how you can set up this branching. So you can see here that my first question is a multiple choice. So this is essential for using go to section based on answer. So you need to then click on the, oh, it's just taking a little while to load. Let me try refreshing that. Bear with me a second. So it's just being a bit slow. Okay, so basically my first question is a multiple choice question. When this does load in a second, hopefully, you get some extra options in the bottom right-hand corner of your question. You click on the 3 dots, and what it does is you have the option to set up go to question based on answer. And when you've got that ticked, what it will do, here we go, it's loading now. So what you will see in a moment is next to the images, there'll be a little drop-down menu, and you can decide what section the answer goes to based on that. So I cannot stress enough how important it is to plan this out in advance, so that you know where each answer is going to lead to. What I've done with this form in particular is I set up all of my sections and then added in the go to section based on answer after that. And then, of course, don't forget to test your form once you've got it all set up by clicking on the eye icon up here, and then you can see what the students are going to see. Yeah, it's still not loading for some reason, but what I will do is I will leave that open and then maybe come back to that later on. So the next example I want to talk to you about is interactive stories, and this actually uses the same feature, which is go to section based on answer. So I might be able to show you it in this example instead if this one loads. So again, it's really important to, if you're using interactive stories, to plan things out in advance. You can do this on paper, you can do it with Post-it notes, or you can do it digitally. So for this example that I'm about to show you, I used a Google drawing, which I set up in a kind of flowchart format to decide what my scenarios would be and where they would lead to before I even started making the form. So the great thing about interactive stories is the ability to add narrative and choice, making it a little bit like a game. We've found that this is a great way to jazz up topics like health and safety, which students often find dull and hard to remember. By turning it into a story, which you'll see in a minute has some dramatic outcomes, when they make the wrong choices, it makes the key points a lot more memorable. So we have been trying this out in catering. And as you can see, I've also added some images to bring the story to life. Now, I'm just going to quickly try to get to a terrible outcome. So here I am going to use a contaminated chopping board and knife to peel my potatoes. And then I am going to leave my rubbish out on the worktop. And unfortunately, it's game over because my actions led to pests in the kitchen. Now, I wasn't going to show you the inside, the kind of editable version of this form, but I'm going to see if this one loads a bit better than the other one. No, this doesn't seem to like me. Let's see if the other one is loading. Okay, unfortunately, for some reason, it doesn't want to load when I try and edit the form. So what I will do at the end of my session is I will share a video that I created around making this health and safety in catering interactive story, which demonstrates how you can set up the go to section based on answer in Google Forms. Okay, so the final example of a way you can use Google Forms a bit more innovatively is for virtual escape games. And again, this is another kind of playful activity which relies a little bit on using narrative to make things a bit more exciting and memorable. So this is perhaps the most time-consuming activity to set up, but is a great playful approach which will keep students very busy and promote some independent problem solving. So this can be applied to virtually any subject, but the example I'm about to show you, we created for Digital Skills Week that we ran last month in conjunction with Internet Safety Day. So what I've done in this example, as well as using Google Forms, this activity also uses Google Sites to present all of the clues. So the escape game that we've created aims to teach young people about cyberbullying. Following some extensive research about popular culture with the help from my 17-year-old sister, I decided to use the Avengers as the theme, which has gone down really well with the students at the college. Now, you can be as creative as you like with how you give the clues. So here I've done a mixture of putting some letters in bold in a paragraph here, which spells out a word, and lots of images to click on. For those of you who've played the classic escape games before, you will know that clicking on things is the key to success. So I've also embedded the form here, which means that it's really easy when students solve the clues to enter their answers into the form on the same site rather than flicking between the two things. So the important part here is the form itself. You will see if I type an answer in and click off it, it will say still locked and gives me a little reminder that it needs to be in all caps and no spaces because I have got the wrong answer. I haven't been able to unlock that lock. So the way that you do this in Google Forms is with something called response validation. I'm going to try to show you how to do that, and hopefully this one will load a bit better. But to use response validation, you need to be using the short answer question type. And again, if it loads in a moment, you will see 3 dots appear here, which is the extra menu options. Excellent, this one seems to be working. And you just make sure that response validation is ticked. This will then bring up these extra options underneath your short answer text. So you will get the option to choose what type of answer you're looking for. You'll most likely be looking for a text answer or potentially a number as well. So these are the options. You will want to keep this to be contained, because when someone fills in the form, you want it to be comparing whether or not it contains the thing that you've said. So here my answer was respect, which was those letters in bold in that first paragraph. And then when someone is filling out the form, it will be comparing to that answer, and if they haven't matched up to exactly what your text is, they will get the error which you have put in here. And you can put in whatever error you want here. So I've just put in still locked and a reminder that it needs to be all caps and no spaces, but you could give some extra information about where to find the answer to that clue or something like that. As I said, this is probably the most time-consuming activity to create, but there are loads of really great examples online of creating digital escape games. And I started with Tom Mulaney, who I've got a link on the last slide here. He's got a really great template of a Google form that you can just copy and use with all of these locks and the response validation already set up. So those were just a few examples of how you can extend what you do with Google Forms beyond a quiz or a survey to create varied flipped learning activities using go to section based on answer and response validation in Google Forms. Just a few things to remember. First of all, try to include narrative and context as much as possible, because it makes these kinds of activities really fun, relatable to the students, and more memorable. Again, I absolutely cannot stress enough how important it is to plan these things out in advance, whether it's just a few post-it notes on your desk or doing it kind of in a Google drawing or something like that. You will find it much easier to set up your form if you know exactly what your questions are going to be and what your sections are going to be in advance. And finally, really important for tracking and assessment, make sure that you link a Google Sheet to your Google form, which you can do from the responses, and collect email addresses, because if you're doing online learning, you want to be checking that your students are engaging with the activities that you're setting up. So just before I finish, a couple of things to help you get started. If you go to the first day of Google Forms section on the Google for Education Teacher Centre, there's loads of videos, including one showing you how to do response validation like we did in the escape game. And as I said before, Tom's digital breakouts, absolutely fantastic place to get started. There's loads of examples of using escape games in different subjects, and also templates that you can use. So yeah.
Mia, thank you very much. Some really nice tips there for using Google Forms in the classroom, particularly around the escape game piece at the end. Lots of love for that. A few questions here about whether there's a resource bank with Google Forms. So finding ready-made ones, and I know there isn't, let's say, a big bank of questions somewhere you can draw upon, but recently Google Forms, as you know, has introduced import question.
Yes.
So one of the things I'm seeing in some schools and some areas is they would have a Google form that's literally just filled with thousands of questions, and then use that as a sharing tool to import questions in, or hundreds of questions. You don't want to go too mad. But you can imagine just creating a Google form, putting all the questions in there. It was almost like a question bank. And then when you need to make something, you just pull across the appropriate questions. So since the import question feature came in, we're seeing some sharing in that way, which is a nice way of using Google Forms as well. So some comments about that. Lots of comments about people who just love Google Forms. Dina apparently loves Google Forms and is obsessed with them. Lynn loves the escape game. So just lots of joy and love there for the use of Google Forms within Classroom or on its own as a standalone piece. So Mia, anything else you want to add? Otherwise, we'll share your slides out later if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send over the link. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Great. And thank you for joining us this afternoon.
No problem. That's great.
Have a nice rest of Sunday.
Thank you. See you later.
See you later. So we move on through our tour, and Georgina is joining us next. Hi, Georgina.
Hey, guys. How you doing, Andy?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. How's the weather over there in England?
Well, it is a very typical, slightly rainy, not that warm day here in the UK. How is the weather in Jordan?
It's lovely. It's nice and sunny, I have to say. Sorry to rub it in a little bit. And we're getting warmer, over 15 today, so it's good.
Oh, nice. So you're probably our only person joining us from our overseas today. This is an entirely UK production up until we hit this point. But now, Georgina, who joins us from Jordan, I'll let you introduce yourself as we come into the session. Obviously,
sure.
We met this year at BET, didn't we, when you were doing mostly stuff over at Adobe. So this is clearly a passion of yours and in the work you're doing to try and bring more digital skills to your region of the world. But I'll let you jump in and do the rest of the introduction.
Sure. Hey, guys. So
share your screen in as well.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Let's get that started. 1 second. All right.
Oh, I've got that coming in now. So we'll put your screen up on the feed.
1 second.
Oh. Thought I had it coming in. Maybe that wasn't your screen.
1 second. Okay, there we go.
Wonderful. Great. And
you guys see that okay?
Yeah, we can see you on the on a slide. We've got you.
So my name is, you got me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, my name's Georgina, and I am working in Amman, Jordan at a nonprofit K-12 international school, and support Adobe products. So as an Adobe education leader and a Google certified trainer and leader for GEGMN. So we're trying to support the digital integration with some engaging, awesome tools that both Google and Adobe offer, as you guys all know. So today we're just going to be taking a look at some awesome features, free features actually for educations, which comes at no better time than now for all the closures that are going on for Adobe Spark. So if you want to, we're going to click on the windows and just move through. Andy, can everybody see that okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully,
yeah, we can do that fine. Okay,
awesome. All right. So this is basically the Spark page. And for those of you who are new to Adobe Spark, this is basically 3 apps. They offer Spark Page, Spark Post, and Spark Video. And these are the free web-based features that are available for educators and for learners to be able to amplify their student voice and really get the digital storytelling going. So we're going to be taking a look briefly at all 3 and then looking at how can we creatively use those across the classrooms in K-12. So a couple of ideas to get us started. So it's really simple if you're new to Spark and you just go to spark.adobe.com. So you can just type that in. I already had it listed there, spark.adobe.com, and it brings you to the main page. And right away, you'll be able to log in. So if you do have access to Adobe at your school and your admins have set that up with single sign-on, then your students and your teachers will be able to use the single sign-on feature, which is where you'll see a Google login button. So you'll be able to access that there, which I'm already signed into. And if not, you can click on the sign up for free and you'll be able to register as an educator that way. So after that, once you're logged into Spark, you can see here some really awesome setup features. So we're able to see the current projects that we had going on. And it also gives the opportunity, if you look at the bottom of the screen, to start from built template. On the left-hand side, you're able to click on the Create Project, and this is where you have access to the 3 different apps. So we have the flyer button, which is the ability to create a poster-like tool. So if you're used to using something like Google Drawings, where you can create really cool posters, this is basically the equivalent with Adobe. When you click on the home button, it takes you back, save or don't save the project, and you can do the check out the other 3 as well. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at Post. It's probably the most easiest thing to get started and have a look. But I did want to let you know that you could choose the video button as well, or you can choose the web page to create your own web page. So students and educators love using those. So as you can see from this main page also, you can actually use different templates to get started with Spark. So for example, Instagram, photo collage, presentation. So Spark is really awesome because if you're new to infographics, if you're new to the whole digital creative process, then they give you a lot of these tools that you can use to get started, which I really love. And I found that it's really easy for educators to get started with their students in the classroom. Okay, so let's take a look now, and we'll click back on the flyer and we'll take a look at how we can create this. So I'm not seeing the actual live chat thread, but if you have any questions, please go ahead and post them there, and I'm happy to answer those at the end. So with this blank canvas, we can do lots of cool things. So for example, you could click on one of the images. You can see there the Kids Debate Club. So right away for educators, Adobe has a lot of cool templates to get you started. So you can use the template and create from the template, or you can start from a blank screen. When you have the templates, you're able to do a lot of things like add images, add text, and change text. What I really like, again, is the flexibility and the precision and the professional tools that you have. So usually in previous years, people had to pay a lot of money to get that sleek professional look. And so now students have access to this style for absolutely free of charge. So it's easy as double clicking, and you can just change that. So for example, Schools Debate Club, you can enter your own a school title there, and you can use the arrows on the bottom to drag your text around, make it smaller, larger. They have snap grids just to help you center things. And over here on the right-hand side is the toolbar where you can customize it and really personalize it to your style. So it really gives students, learners, adults, or students alike the opportunity to make it personal to them. So they can change their color. For example, you can click on primary, you can add a secondary color. You can change the font faces here on the right-hand side. You can choose the color button on the right, and you can choose from the palettes that are listed there. And you can add as you go and change. It's really awesome. Also, you can add pictures. So if you click on the top right-hand side, it looks like, there we go. My internet is just a little lagging today. Okay, so when we click on the add button, we'll just give that a second. Okay, there we go. We have the ability to add things like extra text, or you can add a photo, or you can add an icon. And this is a really cool new feature that just came out last year for the logo. So if you have a branded logo that you'd like to add to it, or maybe your students were super creative and created their own logos, they can add those pieces to the poster. So it's not just about adding creating posters for projects, but it's about getting their message out there. Really cool creative projects that you can do on the side to help your students. So if we click on logo, for example, you can add new, or you can add your brands if you have them in your media library already. You can also click on photo. And another thing that I really love about Adobe is the way that it is synchronized with Google. So for example, if you have your photos all loaded up in your Google Drive, then you can click here on your Google Drive button down at the bottom left, and you can connect and upload photos from your Google Drive. So it'll ask you to sign in, and then you can go ahead and get that started. And I think we just closed the window. There we go. All right, so the other really cool thing, as of course, it's really important that we're supporting our educators and students not to have to copy from the web, right? So it's the same thing with media images. And if you click on the add button in photos again, you actually have the option to find free photos. So this is probably the first place, if your photos aren't already loaded in your Google Drive, that you're going to ask students and educators to go to. So you can say, for example, club, as we're doing the school debate club, and you can see that that's coming up. Maybe not the right thing to put in there. Debate, there we go. And we can put in some photos, whatever really reaches out to the students. Maybe we can put school club, and it will search for free photos from the web that we can actually use. So it's easy as clicking on an image. We'll just click on anyone. There we go. And it will give you the option, which is a new feature that was just released by Adobe, where you can actually pin it to your image, or you can have it move freely. So let's try the move freely, and then it allows us to actually move the image around on the screen. So that's a new feature where we can really make it exactly how we want it. So for example, like that. And I love the snap to grid images, allowing you to really centralize everything. Okay, so let's take another look here at the text. This is really cool too. So if you'd like to change the fonts, I'm pretty bad. I could spend hours when I'm creating Spark posts. So for example, you click on this and it's going to add more text for you in the font face that you have selected. So you just double click again and you can change it if you want to put your name in there. So you could say, by Georgina, by your name, and you click done and you can move that around. Again, you can change the letter spacing. You see how really precise your different toolbars are, and you can change the opacity of the text to make it lighter or darker. You can order it from front to back if you have layers, and you can do different things, effects, style, and it will change everything about your text. So if you want to get it exactly right, you can add outlines and shadows, change the thickness of your text. So there's really a lot of professional options right here in Spark that's free that you can do to move your text around, all of your images and fonts around. Okay, so we'll leave that there. And what else do I want to show you with Post? We can also add an icon. Okay, this is my favorite thing. So for the icons, these are free icons that you can add to your Spark post as well. Kids love playing with the icons. So for example, debate club, let's just stick with school. And we find a huge variety of icons that we can add. So let's say we'll pick this one. It's going to add your icon and you can move it around also. And again, you can also change the color of your icons. So over here, you can pick a color that was already selected for your text, and you can angle them, bring them to the front. You can do all kinds of good stuff. So it's a great way for kids to be able to get creative in class on their Chromebooks, on their iPads. The applications are available for free on their mobile or iPad or tablet devices as well. So you can go to iOS or Play Store. Not all of the Spark apps are available on the Play Store yet. So for example, you can do web page, but not video, for example. So you just have to check what your device is available to get. But as long as you're using a browser on the internet, it's completely free. So you just have to go to spark.adobe.com and your browser will support all three of those. Couple last things before we go to ideas of how we can use these. You can actually go to the share button at the top right hand side, and when you click on the share button, you have publish and invite. So this is really awesome way to have students be able to collaborate together, or maybe you have a faculty or a team of teachers that are preparing something for their team or for the whole school, or even admins can do it, or the marketing department. You can collaborate with other people in order to prepare the activity. When you're ready to publish and share, you click on the publish button. And this is really awesome. So if you are using Google Classroom for your learning management system at your school, you can click directly on the classroom and it's going to load a separate window asking you which of your classrooms that you would like to share it to. So you can just click on the Google Classroom that you'd like to post it to and it will go directly there. If you have several Google Classrooms, for example, if you're the EdTech coach or if you are responsible for all of the classrooms in your faculty or team, then you can just take the share link, which is this link right here in the box. So if you click on link, it will turn on the copy feature. So you click on copy, and then you can paste it inside your classroom and repost it. That also gives you the option, if your school is using Microsoft Teams, for example, to be able to post in there or share by email, Facebook, or Twitter. So those are the different share options that you have. So I'm going to go back here to my homepage and just take a really quick look at the video and web page tool. The web page tool is probably one of my favorite things for getting kids to be reflecting with their work, so or reasoning or explaining. So it's really simple. When you click on web page, you can add a title. So let's say multiplications, and you want to have students be able to explain that. You can also click on themes in the top right-hand side, and it's going to pull up the different themes that you can turn. So if you, for example, click on any of them, it's going to give you different styles that your web page could look at. So what's really nice is that there aren't a whole lot of features, so students aren't going to be wasting too much time trying to decide their favorite one, but it gives you an idea. And then you just scroll down and you see there are little plus buttons at the bottom of your screen. So you're going to be able to add photos. And what's really nice is that the user interface is the same for the application. So if you're looking to add photos, then you can do it that way. You can upload, find free photos, etc. Multiply. And it's really awesome because they have such sleek options to be able to use. So when your students are going to be finished, and then at the bottom you can add text and you can type. So teachers can add, for example, how do you show multiplication with the ×2 tables, for example. And then you can leave space, or you can share that out, and then your students can take this template and they can actually fill that in underneath. So it's a great way to pose questions and have students complete that for reasoning. You can do really cool things when you add the plus button, and you can use, this is something I really like to use, is the split layout. So you could have an image on the left-hand side, for example, 2 beans. So you have different beans, and you could ask them, how could you multiply different beans on the right-hand side? And you can add text on the right to ask your question again, or to show reasoning. What's also really great is there's a link button feature here too. So if you've had students, for example, use Seesaw, use the Show Me app, use any other video tool, or even Adobe Video to create videos, you can actually link those in there. So it's a great way to app smash as well, and have students be able to be creative with the way that they share the work that they're doing. Okay. So a couple other things just before we finish, besides these awesome tools that are available, is how do we get started with Spark? So if you are new to Spark and you'd like to use activities that are ready-made lessons, we have something called the Adobe Education Exchange. So I'm just going to show that over here on the left. This is the Adobe Education Exchange. It's edx.adobe.com, and I'll throw that in my slides as well so that Andy can share that out with everybody. You can register for free, and again, if you are using Google, you can sign up that way and have a profile. And then, as you can see, there's the Adobe Education Exchange, so it just shows you all of the activities that you've been doing in the community. But it's such an amazing community, so if you click on community, you can meet other awesome educators that are doing some really amazing things in education. Some of these faces may look familiar, as they're also Google people, so really great way to grow your learning network and share resources that way. If you go to teaching resources, you can host your own teaching resources there if you want to upload with the community. And then if you click on courses and workshops, there are some really awesome courses that you can register for to learn how to use these products with your students. And then at the very top of the web page, you see the word Discover there. If we click on the Discover tab, this is where all of our resources are going to be. So if you scroll down just a little bit, you see there featured teaching resources. And when you click on it, it's going to have all of the different options you can use with ready-made lessons that you can use in your classroom. So book trailers, video apps, how do we solve it, like we were talking a little bit about maths, reasoning, and different things. There we go, Adobe Spark teaching resources. So if you click on that, it's going to take you to a page full of information that you can access, and resources that other Adobe education leaders have added to support you, supporting your students with those resources in the class. So I would definitely recommend registering for the Education Exchange and getting resources that are made so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and create and remix from there. The other thing that Adobe just released, and I know we're almost out of time, so I'll just show you, this is the Adobe Distance Learning Resources. So really awesome response from Adobe to be able to pull this together. Lots of courses, articles, and blogs of how teachers can support their students by flipping the classroom. I know podcasts are really a keen thing, and those are easy things that you can do with Adobe Video as well. So there's tons of features in this link, and I'll add that to the slide deck as well to share out with everybody, links to join the community, etc. So this is my final slide, just a few little tips from me. Andy's coming back on, of things that you can do to collaborate and get creative with your kids. Make resources like badges and rewards. We're looking of ways we can keep students motivated for distance learning at home, and having them create their own badges to a class resource is a really big thing. And creating a daily journal. I know that a lot of people have been sharing, how can we reflect and you know, send out positive vibes, and just gives kids that space. This is a really great way they can do that.
Georgina, thank you very much for taking us through the Adobe Spark. I'm just trying to scan the questions while I'm talking to you. We've got some fans on. Dina says hello from Cairo.
Dina's from Egypt. Hi, Dina. You all right?
So she's on. Abid, interestingly, this is a particular region of the UK, but our London Grid for Learning schools, so the schools in London, get access to the full Adobe Creative Cloud tools for the schools for free. And I know there's probably quite a few people on here today that from London based, and therefore would be potentially LGFL schools. So that's useful for the LGFL schools watching.
Oh, that's lovely.
As well. Then we've got, what is LGFL? I think I've answered that one now. The London Grid for Learning, so it's in London. So I think I've done that one. And then Katie has asked about interested in learning Adobe for ages. That's great to see.
Perfect.
Lots of love on the chat stream for you. And I will get the slides into there in a little bit of a short amount of time, or the resources we're going to share.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. It's just a really, really big, just a little Kickstarter for everybody to get going with the Adobe apps. Loads more to do.
Oh, we've had another one, haven't we? We've now had loads, thanks to, and from Costa Rica now. So you've really brought the global audience in with you this afternoon.
That's great. That's what it's all about. Sharing is caring, right?
It certainly is. Thank you very much for giving it yours. What time is it there now?
It's 5 p.m. in the afternoon.
Oh, this is not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us. Have a nice Sunday evening. And we will move on over. Take care. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're approaching our last hour of content. Just talk about what's coming up in this final hour of our EdTechTeam Virtual Summit. So shortly, Stephen Hope is joining us to take us through EdPuzzle, how to engage learners both in and outside the classroom. And then Ben Whitaker is joining us at 3:20 looking at Canva. And then finally at 3:40, 20 to 4, Patrick's joining us, taking extended Google Classroom with TextHelp Toolkit. So that's what's coming up in our final hour of content this afternoon. So we'll go over now and see if he's ready. Good afternoon, Steve.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yes, good, thank you.
I feel a bit like this is an edgy futurist takeover now in the final hour, as you and join us back to back.
Why not? Let's give it a good go. Let's see how we get on.
It certainly is. How is Leeds this afternoon?
Yeah, it's not a bad day actually. It's no rain, so it's first time in a long time. So yeah, hope everybody else is all right.
Having good afternoon so far. So shall we? Do you want to share your screen in, and then we'll get you up and running.
Yep, that should be done now.
There we go.
Looks great.
All good. Ready to roll.
Okay.
I should have introduced you, shouldn't I, Steve? So you are from Leeds City College. Now your job title, I always get this wrong.
I'm the head of independent learning.
Thank you, the head of independent learning. You know when your mind goes blank and I couldn't see the notes.
It's all right. It's not a problem.
So over to you, Steve.
Yeah, so this afternoon I'm going to talk about engaging learning with EdPuzzle, both in and outside of the classroom, which I know at the moment is a particular interest. So I'm going to take a deep dive first and foremost straight into it, but we're just going to talk about turning a video online into a lesson with embedded formative assessment, both in and outside of the classroom. We use it quite a lot at the college and found it a really useful tool. So you head over to edpuzzle.com. And all you need to do is either sign up or log in. I already have an account, so you can just go on to log in there. It would identify whether you are a teacher or a student, so great for both. I'm going to say I'm a teacher and then sign in with my Google credentials, or you can put your actual email address in. And then what it opens up is a really nice interface. So I'm going to walk you through the interface and all the different tabs down the left-hand side, and I'm going to show you how you can create an EdPuzzle yourself, either using some content that you already have or using some things that already exist from the web, video-based, or some things that people have already turned into EdPuzzles from around the world. So you have all the tabs down the left-hand side. You have home, which we're seeing now, the curriculum, the college or the school that you're actually in, if it's already an account for it, or there's a new number of teachers that are already using it in your district or your school, and then you have my content. So the home tool is great if you are thinking, actually, it's not just about teaching maths today, I'm going to teach multiple different things, or you can actually do it by curriculum, which is great. So we're going to go into high school for the first instance, and I'm going to pick PE because originally I was a PE teacher. I'm going to go into physical education, and then let's pick a particular sport. So let's go for soccer or football if you're from England. And then what that shows is a video that's already been created for high school, and then you can start to have a look and a preview of that and see where it's relevant and see if the video length is appropriate to you in terms of your school. What you then can do is copy, or you can edit. So I'm going to do that in a second, but I'm going to go back to the home page first and foremost. So what you'll also see is down the left-hand side, you have curriculum, you have the videos that are already been made. So in terms of 27 teachers in Leeds City College, the different areas and also the different content that's already been created. What's brilliant about that is you're not reinventing the wheel, and you can use some content and some assessment that's already been overlaid over those videos. You can then look at the content that you've already done, if you've got any, or again, you can go via curriculum. What's also great is popular channels. So you don't have to save time scouring the internet and searching for different videos across the web. You've got some great things that's already been created from EdPuzzle, YouTube, Khan Academy, National Geographic, TED Talks, and then loads more on there as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the TED Talks. Really interested in TED Talks at the minute, and I'm going to start to look at a lady called Linda Hill. See whether it's got it in there. Should do. Okay, nothing in there. Let me try that again. Let me go back to home. And then I'm going to create a video. So I'm going to go to my content and I'm going to say add content and create a video. I'm going to click on, let's do math symbols. And what you can see from this one, and this is fantastic, is this has already got tags that are within it. So you can see that there's a multiple choice question at different timestamps. You can then edit that to actually make it purposeful for your students, or you can make a copy. So I'm going to say, actually, let me have a look through the different questions that have been asked by this teacher. So that looks like a good question. Great stuff. And again, so let's go. And then I'm going to pick this one here. And then I'm going to edit this one. So what I think in terms of this video and what's great about EdPuzzle is The video here is too long. I'm seeing 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Got some primary school students, and actually just for that element, I just want to crop it down a little bit. So I want to take that video and I just want to drag it in and start it at 35 seconds. And I want to then, yes, cut and delete the video. And also, I've already seen this video. It's a little bit long at the end and there's a bit of waffle. So I'm going to cut that down. Tells you at the bottom, which is great. Why do you do that element? And then I can start to add some elements in and then see whether that is relevant and click on continue. And again, and then finish. And straight, quickly, I can then add that to a class. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to go back to create some content. I'm going to create a video here again. I'm going to do it from YouTube. And then my Wi-Fi has dropped out. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now create this video. I'm going to copy it, edit it. And then I'm going to get into the features. So you have across the top, you have cut, you have voiceover, and you have questions. So what again, like I'm going to do before, but I'm going to do it on the full video that isn't already been edited by anybody else. I'm going to shorten it down at the front so that I shorten this from a 17-minute video. And at the end, I'm going to take it down so it's really, really short at the end. Okay. What I'm then going to do is, so cutting it is just shorten the video so you only get the actual element that you want. I'm also maybe going to, you've got the option to add a voiceover. So you'd add a voiceover to replace the existing audio with an explanation in your own words. So when I'm teaching in Yorkshire, a lot of the kids are also saying that they're not necessarily fond of American accents or people from around the world. They want to hear teachers that they know talking over the top of the video. But the real powerful element for us is the questioning feature. So in and outside of the classroom, you can add layers within the video, so such as multiple choice. So I can add a multiple choice question in here. And then you can add your answer. And then I can move these around to then say whether these are right or wrong, which is great. So when they're learning outside of the classroom and you're not there, in terms of asynchronous learning, students can then engage and know whether they've got the right or wrong answer. So I can then save that question on top. So I've got that one. I can then ask open-ended questions. And then continue. And then the last one that I'm going to show you is notes. So you can add some notes in here. And then save that. You'll see here, you've also got the option to do that as a voice note. So you can do either or, and I'm going to save. You can then drop and drag those elements of the questions to wherever you want within the video itself. You can add multiple questions of multiple types, which is great. So then I'm going to click on that element of video. I'm going to ask another multiple choice question. And obviously, you wouldn't put it like this because the students would get very confused, but just to save some time. And what's fantastic about this, especially outside of the classroom, is when students reach a point in that video, it means that when they get to that point, they can't move on if you make sure that you select that without answering that question, whether it be multiple choice, open question, or the comment in regards to relation to the context of their learning. That's a way that you can ensure that the students have watched the video. And also, when you go into the video at the end, you can then track through classrooms and gradebook, and I'll show you how to do it in a second. So you've now got a video you found on the web. You've then researched it and put it into EdPuzzle. You've asked the different types of questions. This is now ready for your class. So I then go into my class and add a new class. And when you assign it or create a class, you've got some really nice features at the bottom. So you can have Classic, where you can do it where your students come in, they have to sign into EdPuzzle, so it's best on a Chromebook or a device. That you get, and also allows you to track and store your students' progress all in one place on EdPuzzle. If you select the open one, which is quite nice for primary or elementary kids, what happens there is they will get a code that you can put into your Google Classroom or VLE. The students will then use that to sign in on their mobile phones or via a web link. And then what that means is it only tracks the progress of that individual video, so students don't have to sign in and out. And then I create the class. And then you are good to go. So far we've shown you the different elements down the left-hand side. You've got all the different variations in regards to the popular channels. You've got your classes, but then you've also got gradebook. What you'd normally see in here is you can change the deadlines in regards to all your different gradebooks, the last week, the last month, the last 7 days, and so on. And that shows you all of the students' work that have been submitted through EdPuzzle, so you can track and you can start to process. Gradebook is fantastic for different things, and it has about 7 different variations from what you can look through. You can see the progress calculation for all of your students and how they've progressed over a period of time. You can see the total score for each individual and the whole class. You can see the time spent as well. So if a student has gone through the video, answered the questions, and got things wrong, is it the fact that they've rushed through that test or that video, or is it the fact that they just really didn't know it? And you can start to check misconceptions and understand it. You can then see when you've set it through your class, whether they've actually missed the deadline, and have a conversation with the students as to why and when. You can then start to click on an individual. So within here, if there was a particular student, you can then click on that student and then see their individual report for the amount of work that they've done, and again, the detail in regards to the time spent and so on. You can also see a range of dates, and also you can then download that and for reporting to your device or your Google Drive. What I also want to show you when you're on EdPuzzle as well is in your account, this is free to sign up to. There is a premium version, and I think, let me just have a look if I go on to get more space. So it's free, the basic version. You can access all the videos, and you get 20 videos per month to use. If you want to upgrade as an individual teacher, you can pay £9.50 in terms of dollars, or if you want to contact them and look at a school rollout. I know that through the issues that we're having with the coronavirus, that they've made it free for the foreseeable future, which is really helpful. So thank you, EdPuzzle. What you can also do, which we found really useful in the college and for students, is look at teachers' certifications. There's loads of free resources on there, but also there's different qualifications that you can get around flipping your activities with EdPuzzle, coaching other people with EdPuzzle, level 1 and level 2, and loads of things around gamification, project-based learning, security, the Google tools, and so on. And that's great for staff. But actually for students as well, some really, really nice resources. If I then explore the courses here, where you can look at digital citizenship, equal rights, emotional intelligence, health, and some really nice things for students just to engage in that might be outside of their normal curriculum, as extension activities, tutorials, and PDSW or PHE SE as well. So that's a real whistle-stop tour of EdPuzzle. What I would suggest is going away and you practice makes permanent. Sign up, like I say, it's free. Have a play. You won't break it. And just have a look at what's already out there. I think at the moment, there's a lot of things around workload. What I'd say is have a look at what's already been used in your school or your organisation. Have a look at what types of questions are already being asked and things are already there. So you don't have to spend time creating these resources. But if you want to create those resources, then off you go, crack on, and that's fine too. What I should have shown you in regards to your content is, yes, you can find them from the web, but what you can also do is you can upload a video. I know Kev delivered a brilliant session earlier around Screencastify. What we found really useful is you can create a video using different mechanisms like Screencastify, and then you can upload those through using EdPuzzles and then add the layers on top to check understanding. A lot of our teachers use that by screencastifying over a Google slide and then adding layers in so students can answer the questions that they should have learned in and outside of the classroom, which is great. So that's EdPuzzle in a nutshell. Have a go, have a play, and like I say, enjoy it. You've going to have plenty of time to have a go, I'm sure, over the next few months, and Easter's coming up too. Great resource for in and outside of the classroom.
Stephen, thank you very much for sharing your experiences with EdPuzzle. Few comments in the feed about that. This one's from Tim. EdPuzzle has a lot of great training, rewarded with badges, and great support from their team too. Have you done any badges, Stephen?
I have, yeah. I've done level 1 and level 2.
Great, and there is a whole variety of teacher PD on there for teachers to work through. From EdPuzzle, Jane asked, is there an option to have questions? Is there an option to read questions aloud?
I would do that as a comment maybe rather than a multiple choice. You might not be able to track it through, but it'd be great to just add that as a note, as a voice note.
Yeah, we've got Love EdPuzzle. I hadn't noticed the voiceover bit. Must be that I hadn't seen before. Great for adding in a good Birmingham accent for my ESOL learners. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with the Birmingham accent. And I know for Ilse, there's some great stuff been done at Leeds City College around the ESOL community. So some really great people to follow, like Alexandra House and Jenny Cole, and I'm sure they'll be great to share those EdPuzzle resources with you, so you definitely don't have to recreate. And Georgina's loving the grey books feature, which is, I think, relatively new, isn't it, to EdPuzzle? Yeah. Great. Stephen, thank you very much for taking us through this afternoon EdPuzzle and that piece. Well, I'm still waiting for Ben to join us, so because we know he's on the run, isn't he? He better be running back quickly. He's nearly there. I think he's done 20 miles today, so he's nearly with us. Well, he needs to hurry up. Is it coffee break, Andy? Coffee break? Stephen, I'm not going to have a break. Stephen, thank you for joining us. Cheers. And we will catch up with you at the next event. I'm going to just put my slides back up and take through a few things. Just give me a second. That's all done. Thank you, Stephen. Cheers. Thank you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye. Just while we're waiting for Ben to join us, just want to recap some things. I haven't mentioned this for a few hours yet. So as we mentioned earlier, we've got a range of online courses at EdTechTeam in partnership with ASA that people can sign up to do for free. They're all available at edtechteam.online/ASA. And so there's a whole range of things there, but the one that's proving most popular right now seems to be Introduction to Google Classroom, with a range of teachers wanting to upskill in that space and get the basic knowledge of Classroom. Introduction to Google Classroom is worth a look. And then obviously there's a Google Classroom Intermediate for the more experienced users. So those courses are all available free online on our website. You can sign up for one or all of them. Another one which is relatively new is the use of Google Assistant in the classroom. So as we start to see the Google Assistant moving towards being part of G Suite, it's not yet, but as being part of G Suite for Education, it obviously exists in the real world. Then there's a whole variety of different tools and ways in which you could use that tool. So in that video, in that online course, Laura, one of our innovators, takes us through the process of developing that for classroom use. So that's a really interesting course if you're looking what might be coming down the road with those tools. Off the back of that, it looks like Ben has returned from his run. I'm here. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Andy.
I see you've made it back. I was a bit nervous that you went far too far on your run.
Just a short 20 miles.
Well, I'm glad that you're running it up to speed. That's good.
And I've even worn my medal specially for the occasion.
Oh, look at this. Can we see it in shot? Let's have a look.
Yep.
That is impressive.
Trimble 20 miles.
Well done. And when did you finish? About 10 minutes ago?
Well, no, I've driven back from Lancaster in record time. But didn't break the speed limit.
I hope you legally followed the speed limits there, Ben.
Absolutely did.
Good. Well, we're glad to have you with us this afternoon to talk about Canva. So if you want to share your screen in, we'll get you up and running.
There we go.
Second about EduFuturist. It's like an EduFuturist back-to-back session here, isn't it?
Yes.
Taking over our feed.
Yes.
Right. Here is Ben's screen talking about Canva.
Hi, everybody. I want to talk to you today about Canva. I called the session Canvastic. Really, I probably should have called it Canvatastic, but I wasn't really sure. So I tried to play around with it, this idea of Canva and Canvastic. So really, what I want to do is do a little demo of using this and what I've done previously. Show you some of the designs that I've created. I am by no means a graphic designer. I think it's really important that you can hear that although I've done bits of stuff like that, I am not a graphic designer at all. And what I found with Canva is this has given us an almost professional ability to do design work for schools and beyond for free. And actually, it's a freemium product. So we're going to talk about some of the free features that everybody gets. But as a teacher, apologies if you are in FE or HE, this doesn't count for you. But if you're a teacher in a school, you can get premium access for free by signing up for the education thing, and I'll show you that later on. So the screen that you can see here is a screen that you'll get straightforward here around logins and single sign-ons, login with Google, login with Facebook. My account's already there, so I'm just going to log that in. And this is the screen that you'll get. So you'll see that there are some simple templates that are available, and we'll talk through some of those. And then towards the bottom, you'll see some of the different designs that I've created. And one of the great things that I've got as well is that you can have designs that are shared with you, as well as joining teams. So I'll talk to you about teams later on and about collaborating on documents together. So it's really nice because this is a cloud graphic design program that is available to everybody. There is a mobile version as well. So it's a little bit on a phone or on an iPad or on a tablet. Sometimes it's a little bit limited, as you'd expect. The browser version is really, really really powerful. So if I go to all my designs, as you can see, there's some examples that I've done previously that I've obviously just put any old words in. Done some look at this interesting one. So one of the courses that we do at college is about training people how to show people their personal license and so that they can serve alcohol. Made that in a really quickly based on a template. All this stuff is drag and drop, change all the colors to make it how I want it to be. And I'm going to show you some infographics, and I'm going to show you some booklets that are created and how you can create this for print as well. So like I said, I am in no way a graphic designer, but I'm going to show you from scratch how this works. So these are some of my designs. So I would always go to a template, and when you're in here, you can browse by categories, looking at the different, pretty much any type of design that you might need to do as a teacher or students as well. And I think there's an understanding here that most people who use Canva are doing it, creating posters or creating infographics that they will share with their students. But increasingly, I'm finding students that are using this to add a little bit of professionalism to their design work, and so add a little bit of pride into their work. No plug for a wonderful podcast that I am privileged to host, but on the EdFuturist podcast, one of the episodes recently, we interviewed Martin Said from XP School in Doncaster, and this is a phenomenal school that makes it so that all students have got to do one arts GCSE subject. That doesn't have to be fine art or art and design. It can be photography, It can be something else as well. But the key reason why they do that is because they have presentations every 6 weeks or so. Their students are presenting what they do, and this level of pride in their work comes from this level of ability to be able to design things and make it look nice. And if they're proud of it, there's something in there. I remember my teachers regularly using the old Comic Sans and word art, and if you still use that, that's fine. We won't make any judgments on you. They're perfectly valid fonts and perfectly valid design tools, but there are other alternatives. See, that was quite political for me as well. That was quite I did quite well then. Quite proud of myself. So so these are the different categories that you've got. So you can create posters, help you define presentations, flyers, infographics, and this is the one that I want to show you, because infographics are really good because they're a nice tool helping you to showcase information in a creative way. So I've done this with students where they've created timelines using an infographic, where I've asked them to synthesize an essay into 5 points or 6 points. I've used this template here, fiction and non-fiction, where they've got to have, I just changed the title and it was strengths and weaknesses. So they would be looking at I'm an RE teacher by background, so we were looking at strengths and weaknesses of certain ethical theories. So we did that. I've used it in digital marketing as well, in a latterly role that I do now, where we're looking at strengths and weaknesses of certain analytics tools, for example. But the templates, there are thousands of them, you can see, and all of these, they're available for free, because I'm only on the free version here that you'll see, and you can filter that by, if you want to see, obviously by education or other different types of templates. The great thing here is that you can also customize everything pretty much within a infographic. So if I open up that fiction or non-fiction one and use this template here, the templates are there for me to use, but then I can make that my own however I want to. So for instance, if I wanted to decide that I wanted that color to be this wonderful blue, like a Blackburn Rovers blue, then I can do that. But also at the bottom here, you can see there's an option to change all. So everything that would have been that color on the document, it changes it. So you can see the light bulb changes because that must be the same color. And then I want to choose some other colors and change some colors here. Let me have a look. Let me just look. I want to change this one to a blue. And then again, I can change all things like that. So you can see if you've got color palettes as well, like that, you might have corporate colors that you use as a school, and you might have the hex code for that. So if you click new color there, and you'll be able to get that hex code probably from some of your marketing team or some of your admin staff. They'll be able to tell you the colors, so you're using your brand colors, and you can change that to another hex code. That will come. They will have that in marketing, so that you've got them universal colors. But also you can also add different images as well in here, so different elements. So you might want to add an image. Some of these you can see that are pro, they're ones that you have to pay for, but there are some free ones. So if I decided I wanted this light bulb, I can make that. I can do that whatever I want to do. I can crop it, I can flip it, I can change the colors, do whatever I need to do. I can duplicate it if I want more than one of them. I can change the position so that it lay out. If anybody's done any kind of graphic design, that ability to put things behind and in front of other elements on a page, you can do that as well. And then there's alignments. You can copy the style, so you can get the colors from that as well, or you can make it transparent. These are some quite nice elements. One of the tools that I found really useful, and if anybody's ever used Photoshop or any of the other design products are available, but if you've used Photoshop, you can lock layers so that when you're moving other things around, that stays where it is. But you can lock elements so that you might make other things big, and then it doesn't affect that image if you see that they've not changed because they were locked features. So yeah, that's another nice little feature if you want to do that. It's a drag and drop. So if anything you want to put on there is drag and drop, but if you want to go into things like images, So you might want to have some photos that you've got, or again, there are lots and lots and lots of free images that you can use. Some of these are pro, but if you wanted that image as your background, you can drop it. And I don't know if you noticed what happened then. So if you can see, I can just drop it onto the page, or it can replace a background literally by touching it. So if you put it onto the background there, it takes over that image, which is quite nice. If you want to alter the elements within a document. So for instance, if you wanted to put an element like a circle in there, I know I'm overlaying it, and you won't. Some people who don't like that being like that will see that. But if I drag that onto there now, if I've got that element fixed, I can make it so that always works like that, doesn't it? Always does that, doesn't it, when you're not watching? It's because I tell a lie. I know what I did wrong then. If I change that element and I add a frame, it's because I added a shape rather than a frame, apologies. And then if I drag that image in again, that image can be a circle image then, you see. So ultimately, if you want to make an image, a shape that you want it to be able to do, what I did then is I went into elements and found a frame, and then I could put whatever frame that's there, and you can expand them. There's loads of them, and you can put them on there, and then the image that you create fits into that shape. So you're not having to do cropping or cutting or some of them other things that are quite difficult to do if you've not got a design background. You can add text, or you can edit the text that's on here. So if you wanted to change that to say strengths. So I'll just change this size of that. So I might want to say that's 80, so it fits. Typical. 60, and I want to change that to weaknesses. I want to make that 55, so it'll fit on there. So, and I don't want it versus. I just want that to say and. So, and literally it is that simple as just clicking it and being able to edit it. And you can see that I can move that, I can drag that, I can spin that around if I want to. I can add a comment, and this is a new feature that's recent, so that if especially if you're collaborating on documents, you can say why you're doing this, anything that you might want to put in there. So it's quite easy for you now to be able to add images in here that you might want to. Videos, I haven't used videos lots, but you can add videos, so it embeds it into the document, so that when you download it as a PDF, the video is embedded into it. I'll show you about the downloading in a moment. And then one really nice feature is that you can upload your own images onto here. So rather than just using the images that are available, you might have images that you use that for instance, if you are you're creating an infographic and you want to add your school logo, for example, lots of people like to do that, especially if this is going to go out publicly. You can do uploads, and you'll see that I've got some images. I did a recent, we're doing a book giveaway on EduFuturist, so I've obviously grabbed those, some pictures of people for some of our design stuff, adding QR codes if you wanted to, but lots and lots of logos, and there's the EduFuturist logo as well. So if I wanted to just drag it on it, and then I can use those colors, and it's like a corporate font that you want to be able to do. So there are other elements that you can do. You can add Instagram and Facebook links, and some of the other social things that you can see there. Pixabay is a really nice little repository of images that are copyright free, which is always really important, because I think there's a lesson here to be taught, because I know that I've talked about two elements here, one being the teacher using this to create resources and to create professional looking resources, but I also talked about students doing this, and there's a lesson to be learned here, explaining to students about digital citizenship and the idea that just because they can get it off the internet doesn't mean that they should use it without crediting somebody. So something like Pixabay, or other examples, things like Unsplash, if you've not used that before, both of those two are really good examples of copyright-free images, and you can explain to students why it's important that they use copyright-free images rather than just taking any old image. So there's some, and look at the quality of these photographs that are available for free that you can use in your presentations, and you can search in here. So if you wanted to, I don't know, let's just say we wanted to look for a tree because we're doing something about sustainability. There's lots and lots of images there, or you could remember it's off Pixabay, so it's using there. So you can see some sustainability stuff there around loads and loads of images, and that's growing all the time. So that's just a generic thing. But if you've ever done any design stuff previously, you'll know that the features that you want to be able to have are things like effects and filters and crops and flipping them and being able to do that. They're all available in here for free. I can't explain to you enough how amazing it is to be able to have this for free. It's a brilliant tool that you can use. Oh, I probably should turn all my notifications off, but never mind. You can have new pages, so you can duplicate the page if you want to use the same page again, and then it's obviously created a second copy of that, and I can just amend that if I wanted to, and it adds everything onto it. Or I can add a new page that has exactly the same format and layout, but doesn't have all the elements including these images. So if I just created that, it has the same size, and I can then add that as a different page. So I'm going to show you an example of where we've done that, talking about the EduFuturist Summit and Awards booklet. So this is something that has been worked on between the team of us, and this document, you can see, has got some really good some of our own logos and information involved in it. We've obviously put our text on it in our fonts that we use, plus some of our graphics. There's the front cover, but obviously we're using a multiple brochure pages. I haven't opened the right one. Shall I open the right one? That might be a good idea, Ben. So if I open up my designs, you can see, oh, it's a shared one. So this leads me nicely into talking about shared designs. So you'll see that these are EduFuturists that people can see. But if anything that Dan creates and he shares us into, you can see that if he's given me permission, I can see the designs that he's created. Or when I go back to EduFuturists, rather than anything that I've created, so all them I started being created, I click on shared with you. These are all the elements that are available that have been shared with me, similar to using Google Drive or anything like that. So this is the brochure that I was talking about. So you can see it's got page after page. You can see photos, and then there's elements here with text and with boxes. This is a straight rectangle box with text on top of it. It takes seconds to make this. You can add quite significant amount of text if you want to. Oh, there he is. He's been on once already, and now he's making making my presentation too. So you can, some of these are icons that you can add in. These are icons that have been dragged in that we've used. And yeah, so you can see what it looks like to create a booklet. So you could create these quite nicely in a classroom. I imagine that people are probably thinking like that. So what I showed you then, I've shown you a brochure, I've shown you an infographic, but what's really lovely is that you can also have all sorts of different size elements. So you can have Twitter posts, so it gives you the exact pixel dimensions that you need for a Twitter post. So when you create it on that, it's perfect for a Twitter post. That's what that should look like, and all the other social media posts as well. If you upgrade, and I haven't upgraded on this account, but if you upgrade, what one of the other elements that you can do, and you'll see it when I open this document that I created earlier, you'll see that there's this element at the top that says resize, and basically what this does is it takes the elements of this infographic and puts it into a different size. So it might put it into the perfect pixel elements for a Twitter profile, or for a poster, or for another social media post. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes if you've got a really busy infographic or a really busy document, that's sometimes not perfect. But this element, to be able to create something once and then be able to use it on multiple platforms, is really lovely. Yeah, lovely. That is an appropriate word for a Sunday afternoon. So you can do that if you upgrade. Excuse me. Again, the share elements are what you'd expect, being able to give them opportunity to edit. The only proviso with this is it's not live like a Google Docs. So when you share it, if somebody, other people can be involved in it, but it will give you a notification that's saying somebody else is editing this at the same time. So you wouldn't be able to have live editing at the same time. So just be aware of that. Although it is a wonderful tool, you can't have live editing within it. But once you've created something that you want to use, you might say, well, how do I get this out of here? Well, there's optional download elements. So you can present it, or you can share a link for those, or you can download it, or you can obviously email it as a document. But when I go to download, it gives you some file types that you want to be able to do. And I'll just give you a few little tips that I've used and I've found out the hard way, really. PNG is obviously a file type that allows it has a transparent background, really. So it's different to a JPEG, and it's usually a smaller file, but you can download it as a JPEG if you want to. You can also download it as a PDF standard. That means that you're going to be using it on a computer. PDF print is a really nice feature that I've not seen a lot of previously. And if you click on PDF print, what it does is it gives you an option to be able to put crop marks and bleed onto that. So if anybody's done if this is going to be printed, one of the things that is always a frustration for people in schools that aren't necessarily graphic designers or whatever else. And I learned this the hard way. I created some really lovely stuff, and then it would always have that white border around it. Typical printers, that's how they work, especially the school printers that most of us will be using. Professional printers print up to a bleed line, and basically what it means is that if you put those bleed lines in and put the color over the top of those bleed lines, this is simple terms, it means that you're never going to have a white rim around it, white edge around it. So if you put those crop marks and bleed, what it means is that everything there will fit within the print elements of the document without a white border, which is a time saver. You can also depend on which pages you want doing as well and download them, and it'll just download into your normal downloads file. So look, it's a nice little tool. Last thing. Yep.
I was going to say your time is almost up.
Yep. Can I just say one more thing?
One more thing.
Oh, just make sure. So you can on your account settings, you can add to have for education. So you can sign up for the education subscription, and if you've got a school account, you can get or a teacher's account, you can get upgrade to free premium for that as well.
And while
thanks everybody for listening.
Ben, there's been some conversation about that in the side chat, so we've talked about that, and I've shared the link in for people to be able to validate they're an educator, and there's been some conversations about that as well, but they seem to take I would say they'll take a range of ID to accept you're a teacher, from your college or school card through to full certificates. So
so what? Just on that, they will check your email address. So when you use your school email, like I sent my college email address and it wasn't valid because it's not an educational establishment in the same way. So yes, just making sure of that.
Yep. Thank you, Ben, and thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
You can have a rest now after doing a run and a session.
Thank you.
It's all right. Take care, Ben. See you later.
Bye-bye.
And we will move on to our final presentation of the afternoon. Patrick, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day for me, as it has been for you. And I see that, man.
It was such a great idea to do all the sessions in one big run.
Yeah, but you didn't have to run 20 miles like Ben did. And
No, I didn't. Well, I've just sat in a chair all afternoon.
I ran 20 feet to get up the stairs to my home office. That's it.
Well done on that. But you didn't get a medal. So
no, I did. I actually brought it. Look, it's there. Can't have Ben one-upmanship on us.
No, you can't. That's why you've got that medal, isn't it? Special medal for getting up the stairs. Well done, Patrick. Do you want to share your screen?
Let's do that. Yeah.
So, Patrick, you are the educational technologist at TextHelp.
Absolutely, I am indeed. EdTech strategist, no less.
Okay. Well, I'll pop your screen on. There we
go.
Yeah,
we got it on. Okay, let's go. Okay, are you good to go?
Yeah, you're all good to go.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for that very brief introduction. That's probably one of the better ones I've had, Andrew, after a while. But yeah, I am a tech strategist here at TextHelp. I think actually one of the few commercial organizations to be on today. So I really do thank you for the opportunity for that. My job really is to focus on teaching and learning and exactly how our tools at TextHelp can be applied in that context. And specifically today, of course, we're going to be looking at Google Classroom and how they fit there. So just as I suppose, a very quick recap on the 4 areas that we can help with, the 4 core areas. Number 1 for us, and not in any particular order, is that we can help make PDFs accessible and actionable. So PDFs that can be completed online through a browser and can be made automatically accessible through our tools, and very important in terms of how we look at remote learning, and also obviously then how to create resources with PDFs, and we'll have a look through this. Number 2, and probably the one that's got the most traction in terms of interest over the last sort of week in particular, with the times that may lie ahead, is our Quizlet tool, the blue tool there, digital maths. So how do we enable students to actually complete maths assignments through their browser directly within Google Docs, slides or sheets? And we're going to be looking specifically today at a part of that tool, part of that Quizlet tool called MathSpace. And MathSpace will let us set assignments and have those returned directly through Google Classroom and give us an opportunity for feedback. Next, writing assignment. So if we send out a writing assignment through Google Classroom and we receive that back in the normal workflow, how do we apply some sort of fast and efficient marking capability to that? And I'll be showing you how we do that with a product called WriteQ and how that fits. And then lastly, and probably what we're best known for, is of course support with reading, writing and comprehension through our Read and Write toolbar. For those of you who don't know, Read and Write is used by about 25 million users across the Google ecosystem only. At this point in time, it's cross-platform, but that's our biggest user base, and that's really to help students with all areas of literacy. That now works and is fully integrated into Classroom, as well as obviously the entirety of G Suite. So supports outside of school can continue in exactly the same way as they would continue in school. In relation, I suppose, to Classroom in particular, sort of the areas that we'll cover today will be specifically based on the few things that you see on your screen there. So how do we open PDFs directly in a tool that we can annotate and use for not only annotation and completion of worksheets, but how do we use that perhaps for research and study? How do we share those annotations? So if we are an educator and we want to take a flat PDF, we want to annotate that, we want to highlight it, we want to draw attention to certain areas, or perhaps add a voice note to it, we can do that directly within Read and Write for PDF. And then on the math side, how do we create an assignment and how do we create a resource really fast, and how do we share that directly with our classroom in just a few clicks? With WriteQ, we'll be looking specifically in and around automated marking. How do we open a document, mark our spelling, punctuation and grammar automatically, add a rubric to that, and automatically provide feedback to the student, both at a generic mark scheme level, but also then from an individual feedback perspective. And then lastly, and we'll not really take a look at this, but just to remind everybody that it's there, Read and Write, to ensure that through this time of how we look at remote learning and how we might have to change our practice, that we ensure that we give students access to not only accessible resources, but the tools that they can actually use to help them when they're home studying. But Read and Write within the classroom context can also be used to add things like voice notes for feedback and different annotations that we can provide in terms of returned work to us. One important thing that I need to mention, and obviously it's been covered quite a lot today given the current situation, but we are and have decided as a company that we will make all of our tools that you're going to see today, all of the tools in our family, free to all institutions. So if you're planning for closure, if you are closed currently, if you go to this link, a bit.ly link, bit.ly/getth, you'll be able to get access to our COVID-19 page. Just fill in the form there, press get in touch, fill in the form, tell us what you want for your institution, and we'll get those things to you. If you currently have one of the products licensed already in your institution and you want to get access to more of the tools that you'll see in the following sort of 10-15 minutes, then we'll get you access to those. If you need more help in and around remote working for products that you currently might already have, then of course we have a full range of support tools there that we can help you with. So bit.ly/getth, and any institution anywhere can avail of our tools for the duration of closures. And that's one of our initiatives in and around COVID-19 at this point. So in terms of actual integration, what we're going to look at really quickly, we've been through all of these areas, but we're going to go with 4 tools, and I'm just going to show you them live. And we're going to start off actually with the Maths tool, Equatio, and we're going to look there, number 5 on your list, Maths resource creation and assignment, plus the ability for a educator to hand out a PDF and allow that PDF access to all of the Maths tools, and allow a student to actually complete a worksheet directly within their browser. And as we cycle through these few examples, we'll look at that. That applies to primary, secondary, FE, HE. We'll then look at something specifically for primary in a product there called Fluency Tutor, which will help us assign reading passages to students, help them practice reading aloud, and give them an automatic comprehension question list on that, and allow that all to be turned directly to teacher. So it's probably best that we just jump straight in here and have a look at these, given the time that we have. All of the tools that we can see today are Google extensions. So you can just look for any of these on the Chrome store. You can get access to those. Any of those tools will automatically come with 30 days free. But bear in mind what we said earlier, if you do want those institution-wide and you want an open-ended license, please do visit that bit.ly link, fill in the form, and we'll get that activated so every student and every teacher has access. But as of this afternoon, you can jump straight in and download any of the extensions with full capabilities and get access to our resources. So I'm going to look at Equatio MathSpace. Now, Equatio MathSpace is a subset or a single feature of the Equatio product. And Equatio was really designed to allow students and educators with a simple way to input maths. So if I want to simply type maths into a document, I have a very easy way to do that. If I want to dictate maths, I can do that. If I want to integrate Desmos graphing into documents, I can do that really easily through Equatio. And that just operates as a simple toolbar that sits at the bottom of your Google Docs, Slides, or Sheets window. So what we're going to look at now, though, is one particular feature within Equatio, and that is a feature called MathSpace. Now, what MathSpace let us do is create an assignment or a maths resource or question and share that directly out with our class. And we can then expect a response to that. And this is all linked directly into Google Classroom. So it'll enable us to automatically create an assignment from the Equatio window. So to access this, after I've downloaded the extension, I just need to go to equatio.texthelp.com, and that will take me directly into this page. And from this page, I can see all of the sample assignments that I've sent out previously. So within this, I'm very simply going to create a new one. So I'm just going to go and I'm going to create a new space, and it's going to create what is in effect now just a blank canvas for me. You'll see at the bottom of the screen right here, you'll see the standard Equatio toolbar. That lets us insert maths in any way we want. But what you'll see here is a fairly blank canvas that we can use. So if I just pop down, I have access to a few additional things within MathSpace. And these things are manipulatives and images. So if I want to, for example, just stick in a right angle triangle, I can do that. I actually have access to about 200 different shapes that I can pop in here, okay? So I have everything all the way through. I have coins, I have cuboids. For scientists amongst us, we have circuit diagrams, we have mirrors, we have pulleys, we have forces. Every area of maths and science is covered. We have compounds and periodic table coming for chemists as well. I'm just going to put in something simple here, which is I'm going to put in a sphere. So I'm just going to search for it just by typing, and I can drop a sphere directly in. So what I'm doing here is just creating an assignment for my student. So I can draw a sphere really easily. What I can then do is I can go to my freehand tool, and I can simply, that's not a very straight line, apologies. I can simply outline the diameter of that, and I can press an arrow really quickly. I'm using a mouse rather than a touchscreen. And what I can do now is I can go to my text window right here. I can press text, and I could say, calculate the volume. Okay, what do we say? Okay, so I'll calculate the volume. I can simply press enter for a new line the formula we'll put in here. It has prediction. So I want to give my students the formula. So right here, I'm going to go down. So all I've had to type there is VOL, and that will give me all the formulas for volumes. I can switch this on and off if I don't want my students to have access to it, but I'm going to give them that. And all I'm going to do now is say D equals 5 centimeters. So we're giving them the diameter directly in there. So therefore, they've got to work out the radius. I just go down here, insert maths, and this maths piece is now inserted. So what I've done there is I've given them an image, I've given them directions, and now all I've got to do at this stage is I got to share this. And obviously I can make this an open-ended canvas. I can have as many questions in here as I want. And I can change lots of things about this. So for example, if I was doing a fraction piece, I could go down and I could pick a fraction bar. Okay, so there's my fraction bar, but these are smart shapes. So if I want to very quickly ask what this fraction is, I can change the number of segments, and I can ask my students to represent that fraction in a different way. So assuming we've created this, all I need to do is share this directly out. So if I share, I'm going to make a copy for each person, okay? Or I can make a copy for each person and expect a response. So I'll expect a response because I want my students to complete this and send it back. I press continue. It'll create my unique link, okay? And I want to share this by Classroom. I could paste this into any LMS, but I'm going to share this with Classroom. So this is going to link directly to Classroom for me. It's going to allow me at this stage to choose my class. So I'll go my Equatio class. I can then decide that I want to simply create an assignment, and I want to hit go. And that's going to take me right to the very familiar Google Classroom window. So I'm going to click volume task. I'm going to create the assignment. You'll see that it's automatically entered in that Google Math space, that Equatio Math space. I can do all of the things I would normally do within Classroom because it's fully integrated. And when I assign that, that's going to assign it directly to my class with that link. And when they get that, they can open that up directly. And when they open that up directly, they'll get access to the resource I've created, one copy for each student, and they'll be able to complete the answers. And then instead of the share button on the right-hand side, they'll just have a return button, and that can be automatically sent to the teacher and notified. I then have the ability within MathSpace to open that up and to provide any marking, feedback, comment, and return it directly to the student. So MathSpace gives me an easy way from a remote learning perspective to create a resource, to share it with a student, expect a response, and provide feedback. So it's a really great tool for that. Bear in mind all of these tools. So for example, if I wanted to put a graph element in here, I have access to Desmos graphing, so I can pop that directly into MathSpace, or even just in a Google Doc or into Google Slides. So that's MathSpace. That's our first one for today. I'm going to jump into my PDF reader now because it links directly back with this. So PDF Reader is a add-on, a part of the read and write toolbar that we've all seen. With PDF Reader, all I'm going to do directly from my Google Drive is open a PDF. So a simple resource. But up the top here, I'm going to say open with, and I'm going to open it with Read and Write for Google Chrome. So it's going to open it within Read and Write. Now what happens is two things happen here. The first thing is it's going to process it. It's going to make it accessible if it's not accessible, which is great for our students. And then it gives me access to all of these rich features up here. So if I was a student and I wanted access and I didn't know what a rocket was, I can highlight it and I can get my dictionary level up here as well. Okay, so I've given them accessibility. I can access a image as well. So I can access my picture dictionary here too. So I can give them access for these remote resources. If I'm a teacher, I also have access to lots and lots of tools. So I have my freehand drawing tool here. So I'll simply change that into a red line, and I can start to underline particular words on the screen or passages. I can annotate over images. I can provide things called push pins here. So if I want to add something richer, I can actually start to type within this. I can use prediction, I can use dictation, or I can insert images or hyperlinks directly into particular resources. So when I've created my resource, this is linked to Classroom. So I can automatically press the Classroom button, and I can go through the standard Classroom procedure where I'll go directly into my class. And perhaps in this case, I'll create it as material. I'll press go, and that'll take me straight into the Classroom window to set that automatically as an assignment. These annotations shared with your students through Google Drive. And if, for example, you want to use this to share a worksheet, students then can have access to all of these tools, these typewriter tools, these freehand drawing tools, these shape tools, to complete a worksheet and return it back to me through the Google Classroom button. And I can open that directly within Google Classroom and have access to it. If I have Equatio installed, I also have the capability here to open up Equatio when I'm in PDF Reader, and I get access to type in any maths content through this button here. So if I simply put something like x squared, we'll not do advanced maths, I don't have time, but if we press insert maths, I can insert that maths directly into a flat PDF. Okay, so that x squared is going to be now inserted directly into this document. So a student can complete a maths PDF worksheet really easily just by typing into the search button. So that'll give us a quick view on PDF. Next, and we're nearly there, just 2 more things. So this is Fluency Tutor. So this is number 3. So Fluency Tutor will allow us to share reading passages with students, to automatically send those to students through Google Classroom, allow them to read aloud and record their voice, and allow them to return it to the teacher. So in this case, this is designed very much for upper primary level. We have 500 passages built into Fluency Tutor, and we have automatically linked this with Google Classroom. So my Google Classrooms that I've selected are here. I can see the performance of my classroom. I can share a simple passage just by pressing the share passage button. Again, this is a Google extension that anybody can grab as of today. All I have to do here is pick a passage. I can go through this. I can see the Lexile level, the standard reading age, what the word count is. I can see where this has been generated from, or I could generate this from a web page. So I just want this piece. So a bulb that lasts, a very short piece. We knew that before we picked it. We've automatically created comprehension questions, which students can take at the end. And if I want to share that, all I've got to do is hit the share button, select a class, and I'll pick my sample class here, and I'll create assignment in the same usual way. What happens when a student receives that in your class is they're able to open that as an assignment, open this task within the browser, record themselves practicing reading aloud, get access to all of the familiar tools that we would have within Read and Write, and automatically at the press of a button send the recording back to you, which you can then actually fully grade. So when I look at my students, for example, if I jump into my student activity here, we'll be able to see how long our students spent reading that particular passage. We'll be able to see the specialist support tools that they used. Let me just go into assessments. We'll be able to see their word per minute reading count as well. And we'll be able to open their recording and actually provide them with rich feedback in it. So I know we're nearly out of time here, Andrew. I'm going to look at one thing really, really quickly, which is just jumping beyond this and looking into RayQ. So I'm going to go into RayQ and I'm going to go into my RayQ sample class. So RayQ gives you the ability to send out a written assignment and then automatically mark it within the classroom window. So previously I'd sent out a writing assignment to my class. I can see the usual classroom window. I'm just in the classroom environment here. But for example, if I want to mark Laura's writing piece, I'm just going to open it in the regular assignment window. I can see it's handed in. I can see it hasn't been scored yet. And what happens is because I have the RayQ extension installed, this little window is going to pop up in the right-hand side. And what this is doing right now is it's automatically marking spelling, punctuation, and grammar. Okay, so it's marking that right now, and it's going to give me access to a rubric. So I haven't had to do anything within this. It's highlighted it, it's color-coded it, it's given me spelling, punctuation, and grammar. It's told me the word count, the vocab age it's measured, how long the student has spent on it. And if, for example, I wanted to mark this, I could go a little bit further and I could jump into a rubric or a mark scheme that I've previously added. In this case, not relevant, I know, but GCSE English Language. I can mark that directly and say for content and structure, I think that's a 1. And for written accuracy, actually, I think that's a 3. Now, below each of these, I have access to my rubrics. And if I continue, I'll get a score, which is a combined score based on the quality of that piece of writing. I'll get the errors. I'll get all the key statistics, and I'll get the overall scores applied by the rubric. I can say great work and provide them with individual feedback. And once I save that, two things happen. The first one is I can simply press insert, and the student will get all of that feedback and the marking and grading that I have generated. That's embedded as an image in the Google document. Or the other alternative is if they have, as a student, installed their IQ extension, they get access to this in a little sidebar as well, telling them that it's automatically marked. And of course, I can use all of the read and write tools directly within this. That was possibly the fastest turn I've done with all of our products, but that's 4 products there that can start to help you with many areas of remote learning. Don't forget that read and write, the one thing we didn't cover there, our staple product, works directly within Classroom, and it's important that students have access to this tool, whether you have it or whether you don't currently, because it will give them a rich set of literacy support tools that they can use at home. We've lots of things that we're putting in place right now to help with remote learning. So our 5 ways documents and some wakelets will be released at the end of day tomorrow, and we'll follow up and we'll send those out through Andrew as well, and we'll make those available on Twitter. If you do need help, particularly either with licensing of the products for this duration of closures, if you need some help in terms of resources, do reach out to me directly at tech@texthelp.com, or grab me on Twitter, or simply go ahead to our bit.ly link, which is on your screen now, and you can get a hold of all of our products for the duration of the closures at no cost, and we'll support them in exactly the same way as we would any other user out there. So thanks for today, Andrew. I really appreciate all the effort you put in today. I think it's been an exceptional lineup, and I do hope people benefit and can benefit from today, and reach out to any of us that have presented and get whatever help they need through this time that lies ahead.
Patrick, thank you very much. It's great to see the TextHelp tools. You're right, rattle through in 20 minutes. Well done on being able
Record time, Andrew.
I was a bit worried when he said I'm going to do all the tools. I was like, oh. But well done, and they are an impressive range of tools there to help teachers with their work, and lots of schools who work with them already. So really enjoyed that. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us this afternoon and giving up some of your time to support the range of educators out there watching. So have a good rest of day, what's left of it.
Thank you.
And you're probably heading for a very busy week next week.
Absolutely.
See you soon, Patrick.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
And then just for everyone else on the feed, as we draw to a close, I just want to thank everyone for joining us this afternoon. So we've had a range of presenters join us across the afternoon. So a big thank you from me to everyone who's given their time to present this afternoon to join us across the summit. Obviously, we will send an email tomorrow, excuse me, with links to all the presentations, along with a link back to the summit, the whole summit this afternoon on YouTube. So we'll link out each of the sessions. So if you want to share that with anyone else, if there's particular sections that you think might be relevant for the teachers that you work with, feel free to share the link to YouTube and share that out with them. We'll leave this all live on YouTube for people to watch. But otherwise, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. For those of you that sat all the way through the last 4 hours, it's been a great summit, and we'll see you all again soon. Take care.